chance to be ruthless.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. And I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel. sun's driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Featured story today, DeSantis loses another First Amendment fight, this one over the Stop Woke Act, as he called it, idiotically. We're going to dig into that and uncover all of the reasons why those who push back against the anti-whites lose always until going free. Go free lesson of the day: identify, treat, go free your subconscious mind. We're going to be talking about that. And it's very important, especially for so many new folks who are coming in. From the glossary, we have social lynching, something that Little Apostate is undergoing currently. We have the MC. So you say you're not anti-white? Good. And now what do you say to the person? We're going to have a reading from chapter 31, By Terror They Rule, from my book, Crucible. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there is this. 2 young nuns were told by their abbess to paint a room that they had emptied earlier. The abbess warned them that if they got paint on their habits, that she would be most upset. And they knew she wasn't kidding, because this was the strictest abbess they had ever met in their first few years of being nuns. After the abbess left the room, the young nuns hatched a plan. Since no one would be allowed to enter the room while they painted, no one would know that they had gotten naked to paint the room, thus protecting their habits from even the slightest besmirchment. While vigorously painting the room, there came a knock at the door. One of the young nuns asked, "Who is it?" "The blind man," came a response. "It can't hurt to let him in. He's blind," said one of the young nuns. "True," said the other, unlocking and opening the door. "Hey-yo, ladies! Wow, where should I put these blinds?" you ordered. Hello, everybody. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, and we are going free all across the Western world. I love every single one of you. If you would like to financially contribute over the course of this gathering, you may do so at Entropy, at a cost of 15% to you. The link is in the description below. Also, in the description below, you will find a link for Odyssey at a cost of 15% to you, should you like to financially gift over there. And if you would like to financially gift by way of Cash App, The URL for that is in the description as well. Cash App is at no cost to you, and you will find me turning to my right when I'm looking for the Cash App monitor. If you have any questions for me over the course of this gathering, questions or comments, do tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt. You may do that on DLive, Odyssey. You don't need to do that in Entropy if you go over to the question widget, also known as the Tall Kevin widget. And you can go in there, you can write your comment or question. It won't scroll away. It won't disappear unless you or I delete it. Please also, when you are on YouTube, tag me as No White Guilt. And if you fear that your comment or question is going to disappear, then make sure you copy it, put it on a notepad, and then share it again later when I am looking at the monitor. You may also financially gift with cryptocurrencies. There are a few cryptocurrency options on Cash App, and if you do so during the stream, I will be able to read your comment or question that you add to your cryptocurrency financial gift. But you may also go over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, where you will find a splendid website, gorgeous to behold. If you ever have any criticisms or suggestions, please let me know. But at the top of that website, you will find the tab for financial gifting. So you will click that tab, you will scroll down, you will find the wallets I use, and you may financially gift me there. You may also snail mail me, and the address for the snail mail is right with those cryptocurrency addresses. I have Ethereum, I have Bitcoin. Oh, and I was thinking about maybe getting on Monero. If there's anybody out there who would like to financially gift with Monero, let me know, and I will open up a wallet just for that purpose. It's great to see everybody here today. There's the great Fornull, the great Yiz, Art Acrobats, Southern Bloom, John Wolf, Ladybug. Who else is here? Elaine Sabatino. Make sure, folks, you reach out, you tell your friends that we're here together. We're going to be together for about 4 hours, and we're going to be underway right now. I want to get right to some of these comments. If you all were unaware, yesterday I did a roll-in going free where we reviewed Little Apostate's video about where she says she's nothing wrong with being white. And as a consequence of that video, or maybe some other statements, she's been socially lynched. And we're going to be talking about a little bit later in the gathering, what is social lynching? What does it mean? Why is this an MC for us? Why do we use social lynching in the process of going free, the going free method? So I had tons of comments come in. Many of them were public on the thread about Little Apostate, and some of them were private comments. People seem to be very happy with her, very inspired by her, and some have some concerns. And then some other comments raised some concerns that I have about those people. So let's just get to a couple of these public ones. Axis Mundi writes, and we will, by the way, get right into this story of today. DeSantis loses another First Amendment fight, this one over Stop Woke Act. My gosh, we're going to tell everybody why that's so wrong and why that will never work. As I said in the title of today's gathering, imagine my shock. Axis Mundi writes here, this review serves multiple purposes at once. Talking about my review of Little Apostate, here known as LA, in the comment. The review serves multiple purposes at once. It inspires hope to see someone like LA recognize the evil of anti-whiteism. Not everyone outside of our sphere buys the BS of anti-whites. At the same time, LA is an important and relatable place in her journey. Many of us were in a similar position to hers at some point or another before discovering the Go Free method. That is being aware of anti-whiteism, yet not having the best tools to effectively defeat it. This woman is clearly intelligent, yet she is making a number of mistakes that are entirely relatable. This is a great way to illustrate the immense benefit of the Go Free method. No matter how brilliant you are, you need the right tools and the right frame of mind to get the job done. Excellent work, Jason, yet again. He adds here, no matter how smart you are, you cannot hammer a nail with a wet sponge. Likewise, going free is necessary for defeating anti-whiteism. Brilliantly written. My sentiments exactly. Thank you so much, good brother, for that. And she does demonstrate what inspiring people trapped inside of the anti-whiteism will demonstrate, and that is that latent ability, trying to come through, trying to realize, and so many of us have experienced this, trying to realize itself in a place and in a world where we are given tools that are meant to undermine us, as opposed to the tools and concepts of the Go Free method, which will, of course, be liberating and empowering for her. Big Promethean hails to 0022. I just saw, there's the great Franklin on the screen. Another great First Last is with us, and Unmapped Insights. Hoss is here. Simon JJ. Wonderful to see you all. We're going to read now from Olivia Key, who shared her thoughts last night. Loved listening to this. It's true. If you're making any kind of content online as a white person that isn't explicitly anti-white content, you'd get attacked regardless of your looks. Because as you said, Jason, we are inheritors and therefore avatars of the white race. If the roles were reversed, they would crumble so quickly under such hatred and pressure. Without the status quo and government support, they have nothing. To all my white positivists, love that term, by the way, keep making content. We've all got to stick together and build each other up. Amen to that, Olivia Key, a great contributor and performer, a great musician and singer in the white positive sphere. Happy to have her here. Ecstatic, actually. And so many others as well. We have here, is this Inaki? Is that how it's pronounced? Writes a statement of concern here. Little Apostate is getting so popular that she is at risk of being snatched away by conservative ink. Hope that never happens. In a comment in another part of the thread by the great Buscape, says, hopefully she will join our community before a mainstream conservative user uses her for bland commentary on what's woke. God in heaven, please don't. We have a great example here with the DeSantis story. All of this just comes together beautifully because the great Prometheus, the great spirit of the West inside of us, ensures that we here in service to that spirit are always successful. And so we have this story from DeSantis. He had renamed this, I guess colloquially, this one bill become law, the Stop Woke Act. And here we have a great example. Buscape saying, we hope that LA doesn't get picked up by Con Inc. to make bland, insipid, garbage content that won't help anybody achieve anything. That's why Con Inc. has been losing all along. You don't accomplish anything but failure with Con Inc. And so what we don't want for this young woman is for her to get out, start expressing her disgust with anti-whiteism, and then have, as so many others before her, have Con Inc. show up. And it would start with, of course, the adulation of thousands of brain-dead, Mayberry moron types showing up to applaud her and give her this adulation and plaudits when she says something completely innocuous for anti-white, something that is completely ineffective, something that won't accomplish anything but more loss for Western kind, more loss for Western civilization, more loss of our liberties, more loss of our dreams, more victimization of our children, more hardship, more taxation, more IRS agents with firearms on their sides come to take your physical property. That is what Con Inc. is all about. That is what the Republican Party is all about, is feckless, ineffective, infantile, ballless rhetoric that achieves nothing in the defense of our people and the defense of Western civilization at any point and at any time. They have been losing since before we were born, since before our parents were born, since before our grandparents were born. They have been losing. They're still losing today, and they will continue to lose. And DeSantis, these great losses of his recently to the anti-whites. A perfect example of that. When he was crafting these things, we were saying here what they had to be called, how they had to term this, how they had to go about this defense of Western civilization and Western kind against the anti-whites. And if they didn't, I said right here that judges would undermine what he had done here, and it would do nothing. That, in fact, the judges would almost certainly undermine it anyhow. But as a consequence, he would have done nothing for our people, nothing for the United States, because he had not empowered our brothers and sisters and the people out there who are besieged from cradle to grave with anti-whiteism, with nothing but anti-white concepts, with nothing but anti-white vitriol. Instead, they're now going around like a bunch of chattering twits talking about woke act and wokeism and how they're anti-woke. And you might as well just go ahead and embrace that you are brain dead, because you are not anti-woke. You are an imbecile. So that's what we continue to have. And that's why we need. That is why we need talented people who are going to end up with great flocks cheering them on and looking to the words that they're saying and looking to their concepts that they are sharing and looking to the people that they point to. We've had too many point to leadership that are not the right leadership, point to leadership that will assuredly, certainly lose in every scenario. And we know this, and we can place bets on it and win every single time, because it is the same story. It's the same rerun every single time you turn your head around in Western civilization. We have these talented females. They show up. They want to. Very few talented males. And the ones who do show up, if they're masculine, they get ignored because our race has been taught to be pathetic. And we don't know how to find a true leader and then stick with that man, because that's what it has to be. But we have these ladies come along, and they have this talent, and they have these abilities, and they have what's more important is they have all of this audience that will show up and follow them immediately. And all these omega males will start clicking on them, and all of these females will go to them. What does she have to say? What interests her? And then whatever she says, that's the direction they're going to go. That is why Con Inc. shows up with their money. And you can follow Con Inc. all the way back to the anti-white POSs that run all of Con Inc., every last one of them. Because anybody who would finance loss is an enemy of Western kind and Western civilization. Do you hear me? I'll say it again. Anybody who would finance failure is an enemy of Western kind and Western civilization. We need to slander those folks. We need to undermine them. We need to razz them. We need to mock them. We need to humiliate them. We need to demonstrate by way of that and targeted questioning and argumentation that they are not white sympathetic, that they, in fact, don't care about what happens to Western kind and the United States, Canada, England, Germany, France, Italy, on and on, Australia, all of our countries around the world, one big family, a great white ring circling planet Earth for the good of Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone of all immutable characteristics who gets the pleasure to live in countries that exist first in us and then in the world around us as we build and create that which we are. So we're going to get into that in a second. But before I say that, into this story about DeSantis and another loss, before I say that, I want to talk about these people that have written to me in private, as well as, I guess, these comments that were made in connection. And that is that some of these folks have written me, and they were demonstrating something very sick in our society. That the males of our race, the males, because you hear, I'm not saying men. There are so few men. They are obsequious to the women of our race. We are not going to succeed being obsequious. We are not going to reclaim our destiny by being males. White males need to become men of the West. What do I mean by this? Well, I had a few people write me and express their concern that because I disagreed with Little Apostate, she's going to be upset. And then she won't want to come on tap. And then she won't want to start using the Go Free method. because she's criticized. Imagine having the opinion that you have to obey women to succeed, that you have to obey women to have their favor. I say to that, all that straight to hell. I am a man of the West. Women of the West will be drawn to me. Now, dilettantes out there who decide, and I don't know, I hope that little apostate decides to do the right thing, decides to look out at the world and see that what is working here, and look at a true leader, man of the West, not only intellectually a genius, but physically a kick-ass mother, and say, that's the direction I want to go. That is the kind of leadership I want to have. I want to have something that is real and permanent and substantive of the West. I don't want a bunch of little Omega boys running up to me, agreeing with everything that I say. Because I'm going to tell you right now, folks, it's not showing love to the people around you, to our brothers and sisters, to humor their ignorance. I've been doing this for 3 decades, and I have been in the trenches examining what works and what doesn't work. If somebody decides that they don't want to listen to me and they want to go with these, say in this case, Con Inc.'s example of, well, you want to go out there and you want to be armed with endless data about how the liberal ideas don't work and how they fail. And then these endless library bookshelves of all the philosophers and economists and all this that you've read in the past. Because if you want to do that and you don't look to the lifetime, your lifetime and your mom's lifetime and your grandmom's lifetime, and then of abject failure, the whole West is going down the toilet. If you want to go that direction, then I don't want you. Then you don't deserve to be here. I don't think that little apostate is that kind of person. So for you guys that wrote me, I want this to be a hard lesson. I want it to be a real hard lesson. I don't give a what some female thinks. I am here to reclaim the destiny of Western civilization. That's my purpose. And that's going to offend some. That's going to make some shed some tears. But that's just too damn bad, because the world is upside down. The world is definitely upside down. When males go scurrying around because a female might get upset, might have her feelings wounded a little bit, might not be able to take some criticism that's couched in concern for the well-being of our women, that is meant to help, that is meant to empower. Imagine indulging the whims and desires and thoughts of a drug addict. No, don't tell them that the drug is eating their brain out of their head, because they might get upset. Everybody should be in a flurry that the drug addict might be upset. Well, I show up and I offer my hand. And if folks don't want to take my hand, they want to continue some other direction, so be it. That's not the biggest threat for little apostate in my mind. I don't think that she's going to decide that no, she has been told by a man, a real man of the West, that X or Y is less effective than what he has scientifically studied and has been proven positive by an entire community of people, saving lives of people who are on their way to commit suicide by their own words, keeping people out of jail, making people money, preventing people from losing money, getting people raises and promotions, reuniting families who were divided over what was going on sociopolitically in our countries. I don't think that is the biggest threat. I think the biggest threat to somebody like little apostate is the plaudits and adulation from conservative, brainless, vapid cuck bastards. And then the money showing up, because she's going to be able, if she continues to say, and she'll know this, whether she's finding it out hearing me right now, or whether or not she'll just find it out by way of experience. the more she says witless conservative thoughts, the more she articulates those sorts of things. Conservative rank and file, fantastic. The leadership meant to lead you like a Judas goat to hell. The more she says that, the more conservative, and they have the numbers, will show up to applaud. The more she says, the more she preaches radical individualism, the more conservatives will show up to applaud. And the plaudits are intoxicating, especially for somebody new, especially for somebody who is undergoing social lynching by way of the anti-whites. And then, of course, the paychecks are the biggest thing. If Köhne shows up and they offer money to stay away from talking about race, to stay away from the Go Free method, if they say, just come on in, you just have to be an abstractionist. It's all just about the ideas, really. Isn't that all it is? Because if 1% of this non-white group or that non-white group holds the same ideas as you and I about freedom of speech and about right to self-defense and freedom of association, if 1%, well, then that's all that really matters, right? Because we can come together with that 1% on the ideas. Except no, dumbass. We have voting going on here. And if you got 1% of that group who are the only ones who agree with you, you're finished. You're finished. More importantly, the voting and the political outcomes are not even what is permanently relevant. What's permanently relevant is that biospirits of each race project themselves onto their environments. That projection by way of each individual in its aggregate is what we call culture. It's why you never saw Asian people in Asia create Western civilization. Because we are different people, none better than any others, just different. And so when you bring a bunch of that all together and you create this witch's cauldron where different groups obtain numerical courage, they then begin demanding the erasure of the projections that don't harmonize with what's inside of them. That is why throughout all of history, it's my opinion, but you can check it out for yourselves. That is why throughout all of history, you never saw a great multiracial empire get created. Empires are monoracial, they become multiracial, and they die. Internecine conflict. In my opinion, check with CNN. And that is what I have to say on that. I'm going to jump over to this article, and I'm going to have some delicious coffee because I'm fired up. Can you believe guys saying, she might get upset. You really should just agree with her. To me, you really should just agree. She might get upset. DeSantis loses another First Amendment fight, this one over Stop Woke Act. U.S. judge blocks enforcement of ban on race, gender sensitivity training. And right here on this article, a great big picture. This is Florida, Phoenix, of a typical cuckold advice, cuckold implementation of defense against anti-whiteism. It's a big picture of a giant group of non-white people holding up signs, all non-white people holding up signs that say CRT with a circle around it and a line through it. We've talked so many times. We're at the bottom of the hour. I don't have time to go over everything. Maybe I'll come back and speak to that. This is a long, I want to make sure I get through as much of this article as possible. But this is so typical of Republican and conservative losers, not the rank and file, the people who have been leading us to perdition in failure after failure after failure after failure. The world is caving in around us. I want you all to imagine for a moment, if the Democrats, who are more saliently, obviously anti-white than Republicans, who are Republicans in office, who are anti-white, by the way, just the Democrats are just more obviously anti-white in their rhetoric. I want you to imagine for a moment if the Democrats had just a couple more votes just a couple more votes, senators, House members, a couple more, where would we be? Are you going to keep endorsing strategies that have led to this? Because this is bad enough. This is hell, what's happening to our people. This is hell. And you just have no idea. If they had just a few more votes, that's where we are in another handful of years. CRT with a circle and line through it, held up by a bunch of non-white people and non-white children. Give me a fucking break. Give me a break. I am so sick of the Republicans who are supposed to be defending us, the main targets of anti-whiteism, the absolute targets of anti-whiteism, who are supposed to be defending us. And every time I turn around, I see Republicans with non-white children. I want the best for all children. But this has gotten a little sickening. This has gotten a little sickening. My whole life. I mean, I can remember back to when I was a child, the first ladies, the Republican first ladies, always with these big groups of the future. And it's nothing but non-white kids. We're caring about the children, American children, nothing but non-white children. It is sickening. So I have to, you don't have to say to DeSantis, you, buddy. That's what I have to say. You, the same old tactics, the same old, it's legitimate if non-white people agree. Well, you, I don't care if a single non-white doesn't step up on stage with me. I don't care if a single one doesn't get behind me. I'm right because I say so. We deserve to not be victimized because I say so. That's the only time the white people are going to make it happen. A federal judge, despite all the non-white kids out there, a federal judge invoked stranger things, Immanuel Kant and Friedrich Nietzsche, in dismantling the state's defense of Governor Ron DeSantis' dumbass Stop Woke Act, declaring the effort to constrain workplace sensitivity training violates the First and 14th Amendment. Of course, the 14th Amendment is just, it seems to just be amorphous. Judges can use it for whatever they want to end up at anti-white conclusions, whatever they want. In a 44-page opinion, anti-white asshole Judge Mark Walker in Tallahassee ruled that the law, formerly the Individual Freedom Act, or IFA, amounts to an attempt by the state of Florida to impose its preferred position about the existence of systemic racism, we don't use that, and sexism, again, on the workplace and public schools. Oh, really? So the state cannot get involved and give its preferred opinion? Because it fucking does that always when it's anti-white. That's all it ever does. When is a politician going to stand up at a mic and say it like that? When is a politician ever going to be a firebrand and rally the people against these motherfuckers? When is that going to happen? Because all they do is lose. All they do is lose to the Democrats. DeSantis signed the measure in April. Florida's legislators, quote, Florida's legislators may well find plaintiff speech repugnant, but under our constitutional scheme, the remedy for repugnant speech is more speech. Because I'm sure, I am so sure that if at your place of business you said, well, if I'm gonna have to hear this anti-white shit, I'm gonna make everybody hear about anti-whiteism. I'm gonna force everybody at this place. Oh, you mean I'm not allowed? Oh, you mean I'm fired now because I'm not allowed to say these kinds of things and this? And then you go ahead and try to file suit, and they're just gonna knock you down every time. So this judge is a lying piece of shit. Indeed, it is the purpose of the First Amendment to preserve an uninhibited marketplace of ideas in which truth will ultimately prevail. Walker, he better walk his ass right out of this country. Anti-white POS. He and his family, all pieces of shit. All of them guilty for anti-whiteism. All of them. For everything that happens as a consequence of anti-whiteism. From the beginning of time to the end of time. Responsible. This is what I say when I say that it's not about their ideas. It's not about their arguments. It's about the anti-white outcome. They can argue, and in fact, they do. They just did in Florida when it comes to DeSantis and his endless losing. They can argue contradictory positions with verve and passion. And there is no hypocrisy because there is only one outcome. But if little apostate ends up getting paid by some conservative bastard, that conservative bastard will say, well, I want you to do today is I want you to point out the hypocrisy of their beliefs and just repeatedly say they're crazy, and then repeatedly say that what they want from us is that we are the bad guys, and then condemn yourself and condemn our people. That's what I want you to do. The judge also ruled, if Florida truly believes we live in a post-racial society, then let it make its case. But it cannot win the argument by muzzling its opponents. Okay, so you see there, the DeSantis Republican dickless wonders must have argued that we are in a post-racial society. I mean, can you imagine sitting, as somebody who is implementing the Go Free method in your life, can you imagine sitting in a room with these college grads from wherever the big named universities, and then they're working in Republican Inc. and Con Inc. And they're like, I got an idea. Let's just tell them that it's a post-racial. There's not really, racism was a giant problem in this country, but it's not so much anymore. Fuck you. You would just want to grab them around the throat, metaphorically. What a strong case you guys made, DeSantis. What a strong case. Legitimize the anti-white narrative by saying we're in a post-racial society. Legitimize the anti-white narrative by saying we're in a post-racial society. How does it smell with your head so far up your asses? What's the smell like? And it can't win by muzzling its opponents. Because without justification, the IFA attacks ideas, not conduct. Plaintiffs are subsequently likely to succeed in the merits of this lawsuit. The judge also ruled in an opinion handed down on Thursday that the law is Sorry, I had a little bit of a moment there with my vision. The law is vague under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment because its definition of what's objectionable are too vague, even unintelligible. Impermissibly vague under the impermissibly vague under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. So once again, back to the 14th Amendment. Walker ruled in a complaint filed by honeyfund.com Incorporated technology company in Clearwater with 6 employees. The Team Primo, a black-owned Ben & Jerry's franchise in Clearwater Beach in Tampa, that wanted to conduct sensitivity training. You have to be more sensitive. And the substance of being more sensitive is hating the white race, is making white children hate themselves. And by a consultant who conducts the training. Okay, so that they were the ones who sued. Gotcha. The named defendants were DeSantis Attorney General Ashley Moody and members of the Florida Commission on Human Relations who would enforce the law, although the injunction doesn't apply to the governor because he doesn't directly enforce the law. The decision doesn't discuss the law's application to schools since the plaintiffs didn't raise that matter. Walker noted that this was not the first DeSantis initiative blocked on First Amendment grounds, citing one example for the governor's bid to punish technology and social media companies. So they also lost there. And this is another educational moment because the law ruled that Florida could not punish companies for restricting speech. And then freedom of speech. And then the law ruled that speech cannot be restricted when it inflicts anti-whiteism. So, if you follow this, the law, the courts have ruled in Florida vis-a-vis DeSantis and his cronies, conservative leaders and the like, that companies can restrict First Amendment speech when it is anything that inhibits anti-whiteism. anybody complain about anti-whiteism, get in the way of anti-whiteism, their freedom of speech can be abridged. However, when their speech is anti-white speech, it cannot be abridged. Now, what do you think about law and order in the United States today? What do you think? Any more appeals to the courts? Any more appeal to law and order? Does anybody really think that there is any justice or any legality in the United States? It is a farce it just serves anti-whites in their endeavor to inflict anti-whiteism, to harm Western kind, Western civilization. That is all it is. That there is nothing pristine about law in the United States anymore. It's been dead for a long time. They will send FBI after you like this. Your parents, you object to your children being taught to hate themselves by way of anti-whiteism? Not CRT. Not CRT. But if you go the conservative route, little apostate, you'll be calling it CRT or you won't get your paycheck, when really it's anti-whiteism. Your parents and you object to anti-whiteism, FBI gives you a visit. My opinion, ask CNN if it ever happened. Head of a teachers union go to the White House and they work out how it's going to work. Look at it for yourself. It's my opinion. Maybe that didn't happen. Maybe it did. Check it out with CNN. What do you think about law and order? Nikki Fried, Florida's agricultural commissioner and candidate for Democrat nomination for governor, praised the ruling in a tweet. No shit. No shit she did. Quote, freedom from uncomfortable truths is not freedom, it's ignorance. Oh, so you don't like being taught to hate yourself, Whitey? You don't like your children begging you to not have to be white? I know it's uncomfortable, but you're going to have it shoved down your fucking throats. All right? That's the anti-whites for you. It's uncomfortable when your children hate themselves so much that they want to be dead because they're white. When they hate themselves so much that they want to be a member of another race. It's something they cannot ever change. But it's just uncomfortable, isn't it? You God-forsaking piece of trash. Freedom from uncomfortable truths. You know what it might be hard to do is talk without any fucking teeth. Metaphorically. Limiting speech, and that's what should be done. Having speech limited for anti-whites forever. Limiting speech of businesses and educators is not freedom. It's censorship. Oh, so you can censor us into oblivion all day long. If anybody who creates content on anywhere in Western civilization is constantly in fear of having everything taken away from them in a heartbeat. Because all you have to do is come a little too close. And you get an audience a little too big. And they cut the tongue out of your mouth. These people have nothing to talk about. They have no idea what oppression and censorship looks like. They have no idea what it looks like to metaphorically have your teeth knocked out so that you can't speak. To metaphorically have your tongue cut out so you can't speak. Attacking diversity is not freedom, it's oppression. Oh, you got it? Diversity is a mean pathogen. In the anti-white narrative, it means no white people. So you can't criticize a program of no white people, white erasure, because that's oppression. I welcome Judge Walker's ruling in defense of freedom of speech in our state. Folks, if you don't take up the doctrine, the method of go free, they will be calling the murders of the last of white people liberty. I welcome everybody who embraces the liberty of the final killings of the final white people. The Upside Down. This is where science fiction show came in. In a popular television series, Stranger Things, The Upside Down described a parallel dimension containing a disoriented version of our world. Recently, Florida has seemed like a First Amendment upside down. Whatever. Normally, the First Amendment bars the state from burdening speech, while private sectors may burden speech freely. But in Florida, the First Amendment apparently bars private actors from burdening speech, while the state may burden speech freely, Walker wrote. Coming up at 10 minutes till the top of the hour. Quote, now, like the heroine in Stranger Things, this court is once again asked to pull Florida back from the upside down. Can you imagine a judge in Western civilization? I mean, this is all so surreal, also phantasmagoric, that you have judges, anti-white garbage judges, citing television shows in rulings. The law referred to in the ruling by its initials IFA bars employees from conducting workplace trainings that allegedly promote 8 disfavored concepts. For example, that, quote, members of one race, color, sex, or national origin are morally superior to members of another race, color, sex, or national origin. Quote, an individual by virtue of his or her race, color, sex, or national origin is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. Quote, an individual by virtue of his race or sex, or color, or sex, or national origin bears responsibility for or should be discriminated against or received adverse treatment because of actions committed in the past by other members of the same race, color, sex, or national origin. Walker concluded that in addition to its, and I want everybody, and you know who you are, who disagreed with me criticizing DeSantis. You got all excited because you still got one foot, I guess, in this Republican world, conservative world. I want everybody who spoke to me and said, oh no, it's a good thing what he's doing. I know it's not quite perfect, but fuck you. Not only was it not perfect, it was another 100% failure. So you can apologize now. You can write back and you can say, actually, Jason, you were right. Actually, this did no good. Actually, I should have kept my mouth shut about it when you pointed out how it would fail. Because I was wrong again. Everybody who argued with me over that, time to write me back and tell me, oh, sorry about that, Jason. I shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't go so hard on these guys and these people because, it's a step in the right direction. That's what it is. It's a step in the right direction. It's a step toward the cemetery. I'm tired of having to explain things to people who just, I'm an expert in this field. If you are not, shut up! Walker concluded that in addition to its constitutional flaws, the measure violates the Florida Civil Rights Act of 92, patterned under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We passed laws to be able to victimize you. You can't get in the way of those things. Both ban employment discrimination based on color, race, sex. Look, it doesn't work for white people. It does not work for white people. It is precedent, for Christ's sake. He should not be allowed to talk this way. People should, look, you have to stop putting your faith in this system. You have to stop putting your faith in their tools, the verbiage and the concepts that they give you. You have to stop. My life is going down the toilet along with yours because you're too fucking stupid to understand. In the end, defendants suggest that there is nothing to see here. They say the IFA does nothing more than ban race discrimination in employment, but to compare the diversity training plaintiffs wish to hold to true hostile work environment rings hollow. Worse still, it trivializes the freedom protected by Title VII and the FCRA to suggest that the two are the same, he wrote. Speech, not conduct. Walker rejected the state's argument that the law restricts conduct, not speech. Let's look at these arguments. It was just unbelievable. That is forcing employees to attend training sessions. He reasoned that the law forbids only mandatory attendance at trainings endorsing the viewpoint that the law deems unacceptable. Employers could require workers to read a book complaining about woke culture, for example, but not endorse critical race theory. Okay, so you see with the word salad that the anti-whites use, you see that You cannot call these things by the names the anti-whites give them and take for themselves. How many more examples do I need to cite over all of these years? How many more? He elaborated in a footnote, the plaintiff companies intend the trainings to send a message about their values. You see? You see? They're sending a message about their values. So you can't restrict their speech when it's anti-white, and they can restrict your speech when it gets in the way of anti-whiteism. It's about their values. And people would understand as much. Plaintiff companies incur significant costs to hold these trainings, not just the cost of paying someone. They have to pay so much to take you to these anti-white obedience trainings. They just have to pay so much. It's so hard on them to have to tell you in a room full of people, white and non-white, about how evil the white race is and how you have to bend over backward to all of the non-white people in your midst as a means by which to victimize white people. It's hard on them. Plaintiff companies incur significant cost to conduct them, but also the cost in lost productivity from every employee halting work and attending. Can you believe they can actually? This is the hubris. I mean, this is them mocking you right to your face. This is them humiliating you. They can make any. It's actually taking away from our productivity to demonize the shit out of you. And so not only do you have to take the demonization and pay up for all of the evil of the white race for all time that we can just invent and say is your personal fault, but then you also have to pay us back for the time and work lost productivity and the time that we paid you to have to be in this training. So you have to make amends for that as well. Given the high financial cost of holding a mandatory training, it is likely that outsiders would interpret holding such trainings as sending a message about the company's priorities. Let's try to finish this up. Captive audience. Walker rejected the state's argument that Title VII, the federal law banning workplace discrimination, quote, with respect to compensation, terms, conditions, or privileges of employment, might pose an unconstitutional restriction on speech. Quote, that prohibition on conduct included a bar on requiring people to work in a discriminatory, hostile, or abusive environment. In turn, to be sure, it can be mostly speech that creates this environment, but only when such speech is both objectively and subjectively offensive, and when it is sufficiently severe or pervasive, Walker wrote. So, doesn't matter what you perceive, Whitey. You white people out there, doesn't matter what you perceive. All that matters is what we say objectively is taking place. So they will call your demonization, they will call anti-whiteism an objective truth. And if you don't like it, they'll just call it, they'll just say, well, it's uncomfortable, but you're going to have to put up with it. But then they'll say it's not objectively offensive to you because it is the truth and you deserve it. This is how the anti-whites work. He cited the example. When are you going to realize that we're not playing? All of you people in the rank and file, good folks in rank and file, Republican, conservative, patriots, libertarians, and the rest. When are you going to decide that we are being victimized by devils, not people that share your values at all, not people that are going to see some common ground, not people that are going to give a shit about how much you cry. In fact, they make arguments now. We've read them here, dozens, about how your tears are considered violence. Your suffering, your complaint is violence, is racist violence. This is their thinking. When are you going to realize that we're up against demons? And you're not going to be able to play patty cake anymore. You're not going to be able to, there's no more time to investigate what philosophers thought about what's going on today. You got it? All of these deep thinkers, these so-called big brains in the white sympathetic sphere, that big audiences, professors and wannabe professors, academic peacocks and the like. We are out of time. We are out of the liberty and the freedom to just whittle away our time with your fucking ruminations. Do you got it? Jesus. And also this endorsement of these like connected in what way? Proudly Zionist by their own verbiage, female Jewish women. And I'm sure she's a wonderful woman. But I mean, endorsing this, celebrating this, putting this on the stage to speak to the people who have given their lives and how much money to the organizations and to the leaders of these organizations over the course of their tenure of endorsement. And this is what you put in front of them? The IFA is the inverse. It targets speech, endorses any of 8 concepts, and only incidentally burdens conduct. Let's jump down. And even assuming the IFA serves a compelling government interest like prohibiting discrimination, it is narrowly tailored. And in large part, this is because the FCRA already prohibited much of what defendants claim the IFA aims to prohibit. For example, a diversity and inclusion training could be so offensive and so hostile to white employees that it could create a hostile work environment that is already illegal, as both parties acknowledge. Guess what? What the judgey just wrote there, who under his gown, he's practically female, but what he just said there is anti-whites get to decide if it's created a hostile work environment for you white people. Guess what? In our once great country of South Africa, judges there, anti-white judges there, still haven't decided that anti-whiteism has created a hostile work environment for whitey, for our white brothers and sisters. So in our country there, it's no longer ours. Once a great country, now no longer ours, where you are not allowed to own a company and investigate to see if this is true or not. It's my opinion. Unless you have a non-white partner that has the lion's share, where it's same like the U.S. when it comes to promotions, hiring, and everything. I think even in South Africa, somebody correct me, you can't even be hired to the government anymore if you're white. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. The anti-whites there are determining this is not a hostile environment, and if it is, you deserve it. Do you really think you're going to be able to talk about what's happening to us as a misunderstanding of skin pigmentation? Do you really think that's going to be it? Men and women are possessed by ideas. They then become the agents of those ideas and they act in the world. That is how anti-whiteism defeated us. That is how the Go Free method will liberate us. Of course, the IFA bans it, sure. In some, the IFA sweeps up an enormous amount of protected speech to ban a sliver of offensive conduct. Oh, just a sliver. And what would be done if it were to help non-white people in some way? Not even necessarily in its outcome helping non-white people, as long as it's harming Western kind, as long as that's what's happening. A sliver of offensive conduct that exists somewhere between the trainings plaintiffs wish to hold and what the FCRA already bars. It is, to borrow a phrase from, this is so sickening, this epicene anti-white bitch sitting on a high seat somewhere and needs a bib to be able to eat, is saying that we already have laws against discrimination. So you're not going to be able to pass any law that would stop discrimination against white people. Okay, but we're not, discrimination and persecution of white people is not being stopped right now. Oh, well, then I guess you're fucked. I guess that's that's going to happen to you. Guess you're just fucked. IFA streets are enormous. Okay, FCRA bars. It is, to borrow a phrase from defense counsel, quote, self-evident. The IFA is not narrowly tailored, and so the IFA violates the First Amendment. Final paragraphs exercise these viewpoints. The state argued it would be okay under the law to discuss critical race theory as an objective concept without endorsing it. Can you believe that? Did you know that? Did you know that? That DeSantis and crew argued that, yeah, you could discuss anti-whiteism in class. You go ahead, as long as you say that you're not endorsing it. How else will it be discussed in classes? So it looks to me, by that statement right there, that what DeSantis was trying to do was get some momentum for him to, I guess, win another governor's election and maybe run for president this time or next cycle, who knows? But he can say, I got this thing done. Well, where the rubber meets the road, actually, buddy, is that they're still teaching anti-whiteism in classroom. That's where the rubber meets the road. Because how are these anti-whites going to teach it? Are you going to have cops in every single classroom monitoring whether or not the anti-white POS at the front of the room, the anti-white she-demon at the front of the room is going to present anti-whiteism as something that the school system and she doesn't endorse? Give me a break. Give me a break. Every anti-white breaks every rule and law conceivable. Just look at the Democrat Party. Anything goes. Anything goes with these mobsters. They will break every law, every rule, every code to get to an anti-white conclusion. And there you have DeSantis saying it'd be okay as an objective concept without endorsing it. So it sounds like he said, look, you just go ahead, pass this law, just judges out there, let this law go, let it go, and you all can still do your anti-white thing. It'll just look real good for me and my brain-dead voters. Open parenthesis. This is where Kant and Nietzsche come in via a footnote. But the epicene anti-white prick sitting in his high chair adds here, quote, as a practical matter, an employer's discussion of these concepts, no matter how objective it may be, will invariably lend credence to them, Walker responded. So true. The IFA is designed to exercise these viewpoints out of the marketplace of ideas. So he's even saying, I'm not going to allow it to be left up to some sort of interpretation of what's taking place in the classroom at some point in the future. I'm just going to go ahead and strike this down. Look what the people want. Look at what happened with California. How many years ago was that? In the whole state, I think it was twice or more times. The whole state, a ballot initiatives said, we want X. And then at least 2 times, a single judge says, nope. Single anti-white judge. Nope. Ain't that America? Ain't that democracy that the Democrats are shoving in your face all the time? Governor DeSantis went so far as to call it the Stop Woke Act at a press conference. But it doesn't really matter, Jason. Why do words matter? Why are you such a school marm about words? Why are you so... Okay, well, they're telling you to go ahead and get in that kiln over there. Maybe you better just go ahead and listen. They're telling you to go ahead and get in the kiln. You can continue to ask me why I'm a school marm about words and concepts. Go ahead. Get in the kiln, jackass. That's where the anti-whites want to put you. They want you to make that little clay pottery. You remember doing that in school? You make the little clay in the art class and you scribble little things on the outside of it. They put it in the kiln to harden it. It comes out all beautiful and glazed. Then you give it to your parents and they're like, what is this shit? It thus comes as no surprise that permissible discussion of these concepts turns on objectivity. The word objectivity, precisely. An inherently vague term that fails to give the person of ordinary intelligence a reasonable opportunity to know what is prohibited. Walker's right there. I have to agree with the anti-white on the bench in that case. Quote, accordingly, as the objectivity standard commands the entire statute, the IFA is impermissibly vague in violation of the due process clause of the 14th Amendment. What a surprise! Broken out again, another 14th Amendment, and they all will just continue. DeSantis and crew, until they decide to listen to me, they all will just continue to go to hell.
Shining over me. people go free. I guess so too, like to see. I'm just trying to help our people go free. Well, just like to see. You're too blind. I'm just trying to see people go free. I'm just trying to see. I'm just trying to help our people go free.
Everyone, welcome back again to the final stages of the What's Anti-White video competition. What's anti-white? If you don't know by now, well, that's not our fault, because our participants answered the call with a whopping 22 videos perfectly answering the question. But now we have a question for you, the viewers. Which video did you think was the most effective? Which video would you be most likely to share with a workmate or stranger? Yes, we'd like you to vote in our online poll for a winner of the What's Anti-White competition. And please keep in mind, we're not asking you to vote for the one you found most interesting or your personal favourite. Please vote for the video you think would be the best to share with the general public. Put yourself in the shoes of someone who's not familiar with this topic. That's what we'd like you to do. So please, click the link in the description and help us prepare for the final celebration of all our participants of the What's Anti-White competition.
And we are back. Make sure we'll talk more about the What's Anti-White competition and the great work by Lovely Porridge and Naterific. And it's voting time. And somebody will drop the link to that Lovely Porridge channel so that you all can watch the videos and you can vote as the great Lovely Porridge is admonishing you to do. Can everybody hear me okay? Is the mic still full and rich and lovely as we'd like it to be? I'm going to take a look at your comments, questions, and we're going to keep rolling here in service to white well-being, where we take no metaphorical prisoners. Hello to everybody over there on Odyssey. Great to see you. And remember to tag me over there. We have over there on Odyssey, the West is the best. Wrote there, thank you, Jason, for helping me to go free. And then a bunch of exclamation points. God bless you. Thank you for that. It is the testimonials that enable people to see that this is indeed a direction that you should go for your personal well-being and the well-being of our entire race. Because this is so very different from what has gone before that a lot of people, they see it for the first time. And some folks, they see it for the first time and they're like, what is this? I'm not interested in this, or even adverse reactions to it. And then they end up, even the great Groundhog Fury had to watch a number of shows before he finally thought to himself, my gosh, this is really something special. This is something truly unique. And has become just this epic champion in service to white well-being, somebody we really love, and thank the good Lord in heaven that he is on our side. So many folks are like this, and he's one of the best. Hello to everybody over there on D Live, Jack McDaniels and Magnus, and it's like a John over there on Odyssey. Hello to you, and Thoughts that are over there on Odyssey. I'll turn around this way say a quick hello to anybody that I didn't say hello to as we continue to roll. Fit and healthy at any age. Can you helm me, maybe help me refine something? Yeah. Tag me. Ginger's asking about the picture behind. That is the magic window behind me. And if you look closely, certainly if you're on a monitor, you'll be able to see very closely that that is Washington, D.C. That is the monument Washington Monument that you see there. And a little further away is the Capitol building, the whorehouse of the United States. You'll also be able to see, I mean, this is people walking, flags flying, cars driving. So it is the magic window. Western Kind, Art is here. Great to see you. The Great Slots is here. Wonderful to see you. First Lady of the American Theater, and Azimuth Clark, and Anglo-America is here. First Last says, Jason, you look great tonight. God bless you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Miss Jez Horse is here. She says, hail NWG with fire and white hearts. I get fired up. Things continue to get worse and worse across our country in the exact ways that we here in the Go Free, the white well-being community, predict that they will fail. It's like being an engineer, say of bridges or buildings. And you can say, and maybe a buildings is a good one. You can look at the building and you can say, look at this building. You know, it has all of these workers in it. And maybe in a lot of buildings these days, because you have so many women at work, you have daycares in the building. So you might have children even in a building. And if you're an engineer and you can look at the way it was designed and say, this is seriously flawed. You cannot have it this way. It's going to fail. And it fails and people die. Children die. At some point, how could you not? You would have to be broken. Something would have to be defective inside of you if you wouldn't get fired up and pissed off and that much more inflamed about engineers not designing buildings the way they have to be designed to stand against the hurricanes of anti-whiteism. So I get fired up. J.W. Oldner says, is there a no white guilt group in Oklahoma? I don't know. I don't think so. But look in the description below. You will find the emails for GFC leaders. You can reach out for the best information, or probably the quickest information, to Mr. V, and he can direct you in the right course, compass direction. And remember that the Going Free clubs, GFCs, need not be physical. They can be physical. You can meet IRL, but they can be both virtual and physical, or one or the other. So check it out. But don't put off becoming a member of a GFC just because it's not within driving distance, or it's not in your state, or something of that nature. But thank you for the inquiry, and bringing it up enables others to learn about what it is, what they are, and their participation. We have a question that perhaps Tyler, are you new to white sympathetic, the white sympathetic activities, white sympathetic sphere, explicit white sympathy, implicit white sympathy, something like a Tea Party group or something like that. You all can, to a degree, talk about things like what you do for a living. But in the explicit white sympathetic sphere, anti-whites destroy your living. They don't want you to be able to make money. They don't want you to be able to buy food. They don't want you to be able to make a car payment or a home payment or rent payment. They don't want you to be able to get medicine for yourself or your loved ones. And so they destroy your employment. This will come when we recapture our destiny. We will frame their activities as every bit as hellish and heinous as the mass liquidations that anti-whites have been responsible for in the history of the world. Because it's destroying a person's life and their awareness of it so that I guess let me finish that thought. Destroying someone's life so that they are kicked out of their friends and family groups because lies are spread about them by anti-whites, so that they're fired from their job and they can't get a job in the field that they've been trained in, all of these sorts of things. This is worse than just killing them. They have to live with that horror, contemplating suicide the entire time. Constantly, day after day. That is surely more evil than just killing someone. Wondering where their next meal is going to come from. When they're ostracized from their friends and family, this is, of course, this has been examined, and the brain receives this in a very similar way to actually physically being harmed. My opinion, check it out. I know there are the studies, so you can go look for it for yourselves. But this is immeasurably worse. Somebody who's dead, they don't know it. It's over, right? But somebody who has to live with that, and that's the reason why it's so much easier to get people to comply and obey, because they don't want to live with a lifetime of a cage. You are put in a veritable cage, prison of your mind, a prison of your life. So you think you've paid all of these dues in your profession, you've gotten your education, whatever it might be. The more time you've invested, the harder you've worked, the worse it is when they've deprived you of that employment. So we don't talk about those kind of things. Since the anti-white narrative is false, and that's another thing. All these anti-white scumbags of these balaclava wearing type, and even those who were prior to the balaclava wearing ones, although they still wore those, they just didn't call themselves the current name that they give themselves. They know the anti-white narrative is fake. They know that white people are not in charge of anything for the benefit of white people. They know that. And the reason why they know that better than anybody is they know that if you are heretical to anti-whiteism, in a flash, they just contact your social media, you're gone. Your job, you're fired. Let your family know you're ostracized. They know who's in charge of society in the West, because they appeal to those in charge to ruin you. So now that you know that they know, we can begin operating on a sensible, pragmatic defense. We're going to get right into the Go Free lesson of the day, so don't go anywhere, because you're going to get further educated. You're going to discover things that we wish DeSantis and his lame crew knew, that they were aware of, so that they had the balls to do it, the courage to do it. If they did, then this judge could have been positioned to affirm with his decision that anti-whiteism must prevail at work, that anti-whiteism must prevail at school. Now, how does that land on the population? How does that motivate the population versus what has happened here? He knocked down the anti-woke bill. Oh, I guess people will just have to be awake now. First Lance says, if you're so smart, if you're so wise, if you're so passionate, you would check your cash app. Okay, we'll do that. Seven Sons is here. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it even before I've had an opportunity to see what you've done over there. All right. What else do we have? Victorian Time Traveler says they reference trash TV displaying ignorance of literary classics. Very well put. Yeah, that's what our judges, I mean, these people who go in these positions to make decisions for millions of people, to overturn the will of millions of people by way of their elected representatives. And they are citing, in all seriousness, judges will be citing, without even a hint of blush in their cheeks, porno movies in their decisions in the coming years. Lewis says, how about you having a one-on-one with Little Apostate to explain these things to her? I would happily. I mean, we want to have her on tap so that, since it would be her first time on tap, she would be able to talk about how she went from, or if, I guess, first what she was, how she functioned as what she was referring to as a leftist, and then how she began to see the world and what really she found objectionable. So it would really just be all about her and how she came to where she is, rather than a moment to a show to help her with the Go Free method. And that could be for another time, but we really want to hear about her. I think I agree with Jared George. It would be a very interesting discussion, since she's trying to pull herself out of the mire of anti-whiteism, and we congratulate her for that. But yeah, I could absolutely see that in the future. We bring her on Go Free, for example, as a guest here, and we could talk with her about some of these things, and it would be very educational for everyone involved. Fit and healthy at any age. Doom dissecting and digesting does nothing to help us. Please stop doing it and use something that works instead. Join No White Guilt, White Positive community, and Go Free. Yes, 100% concur with Fit and Healthy at any age. Ardent Party is here. Great to see you. All right, folks, we're going to go check out Cash App and Entropy. And over here on Entropy, we have first, right to making it happen, our one and only, Yiz the Eunuch and Unifier. $5 financial gift from this champion in service to white well-being. And she writes with it, Folk Tithe. To celebrate the permanent banning of Darlin Carlin from Twitter. Really? I got to try to... I'm definitely not making the screen larger for my vision. Folk Tithe, celebrate the permanent banning of Darlin Carlin from Twitter. She and her minions got my first big Twitter account banned. Wow. So I am especially happy about it. She deserves worse than that. All anti-whites do. Kip. Wow. Good sister. Kip indeed. And congratulations. That's got to feel sweet. She was real anti-white, wasn't she? And was out there on the right wing, remember, and sort of hoovering up quite a few white people who were objecting to radical anti-whiteism and making sure that they never focused on the fact that the victims of anti-whiteism are Western kind, and that everybody else who's victimized by it is collateral damage, which means you could never get anywhere. And if you remember, yes, even her husband, and I know there was some kind of a kerfuffle about her messaging some other romantic things with some other man, but I don't know anything about it. I don't want to talk about it. But even her husband had said to her, and she had complained on air because she's so smart, about her husband saying, well, what's wrong with objecting to anti-whiteism? And what's wrong with white well-being? And then she said she had to set him straight. I bet she did. She set him real straight. But that's fantastic. That's great news. Yeah, I'm not a conservative. I'm not a Republican. I'm here as a deliverer for rank and file conservative and Republicans and nationalists, patriots, libertarians, constitutionalists, etc. I am here as your deliverer I am not one of those people. So I'm not going to say, not for one moment, that she should keep her Twitter because she should be able to have freedom of speech. And golly jeepers, I just want everybody to have it. Go to hell. To hell. I want her to be silenced on social media, never to speak again. The Great Slots is in here with a $3 financial gift. Great to see you, good brother. Always wonderful to see this champion. He says, I apologize for any noir I've had regarding the condemnation of DeSantis conservative leaders. Even if I never spoke against it, I had the noir. I always apologize for any way I've failed for white well-being. I don't remember you and me having a conversation about, or did you maybe just say something? I don't remember you and me having a conversation about DeSantis and how it's such a good thing that he's doing this. He's going the right way, and let's just see where it ends up. I don't recall you saying any of that, but I really appreciate that. Of course, Slots would have the fortitude, character, and dignity if he had something wrong to step up and say, I fell short of optimal, and I'm going to continue working that direction. So a big attaboy for Slots. Thank you, good brother. Man, that's magnificent. That's good character right there. That's real good character, especially because I don't think it was a conversation you and I held. But I do remember some folks. I definitely remember some folks going back and forth with them about DeSantis and how it's really okay. It's going to work. It's a step in the right direction and all of this sort of thing. So thank you, good brother. Western Man also financially gifting $3 over here on Entropy. And he says, women at work changes the dynamic at work. And even women who say they can ignore those dynamics, instigate those dynamics instinctively in the moment. They change the whole environment. Well, that's absolutely true. Without question. A woman present changes the entire dynamic. I mean, like these guys writing me about Little Apostate and saying, oh boy, you disagreed with a woman? You disagreed with a woman? She's going to be mad. Boy, and I was like, oh my God, I'm shaking. Yeah, and that's what ends up happening in the workplace. There's that. And this walking around on the eggshells, on thin ice all the time. There's the constant fear that if you don't look at the woman the right way, that she's going to claim sexual harassment. Then you have the guys. She triangulates with the guys to manipulate people around. This is not every woman, but it's the vast majority of guys will tell you that this is what they experience in the workplace as a consequence. And then you also have, of course, the romances. How many, maybe I shouldn't say romance, the slutmances at work. How many relationships have been wrecked by women being in the workplace that would never have happened? These people wouldn't be in these environments. They wouldn't be in close quarters. They wouldn't be alone. They wouldn't be happening. It's just been a wreck everywhere you look. And particularly though in leadership. And that's why there'll be, in service to white well-being, there'll be magnificent women who participate in various ways. The vast majority of them in the most important way of all in Western civilization, and that is homemaking, rearing the family, particularly the children 0 to 7 or 10 or whatever it is, where their influence needs to be quite significant. That's the most important job. But there will be women who participate in a number of wonderful ways. There are definitely women out there that shouldn't be mothers. There'll be artists. There'll be poets. There'll be thinkers. There'll be all of these different things. But they're not going to be leaders. No. Because there is nothing a woman sucks at more, and it deserves that gross colloquialism, than being in charge. Period. My opinion, it's wretched. You just cannot allow them to be in charge. It's all emotions. It's all looking at what is close to the vest, because that's where a woman genetically is designed to look when it comes to caring for those babies that she's got to make sure reach adulthood so that the species can continue. And that's why one baby dead on the seashore is enough to ruin an entire race by way of unlimited immigration. Just capitulate. One dead baby, capitulate. A white man would say, that's wretched. I'm going to take steps to prevent these people from crossing the water, from doing whatever, and putting their children at risk. But a white man would never say, a real man of the West would never say, I'm going to jeopardize my people and my children and my nation, my country, because I'm sad over one baby. Well written, brother. The great Mrs. Jess Horst is in here with a financial gift of $10. Bless you, dear lady, she says, with those $10. Hail, Western kind, and all who are in service. Promethean hails, good sir. You are a great hero in my household. Damn, I really appreciate that. That's very meaningful. 9 kids. I'm a great hero in her household. Then she's got a little white heart emoji and a fire emoji and a white heart emoji and a fire emoji and a smiley face emoji with a heart and a fire emoji. That's how it should be. Men of the West should be heroes in your household. If you're a woman right now, you got little ones. Who should be the heroes for your children? Well, your children should idolize me and For Null and Naderific and so many of the others here, Nathaniel Nelson and Groundhog Fury and all of these folks who are making it happen for white well-being. There should not be any sports ball posters on the wall at all as I begin my rapping career. There shouldn't be anything like that. There should be genuine heroes of the West that they idolize. This is what I want you to be like, is the message when you do that with your children. You can be like this. You can go further than they went because you're going to stand on their shoulders. You're not going to be another cog in their machine, as the great Groundhog Fury made the video in the still that I shared earlier at the beginning of the gathering. You're not going to be another cog that's going to have to put up with anti-white obedience training. You're going to make a difference in the world. You're going to be somebody that our people will remember. Get out your raucous emojis, your 07s, your V's for victory, because Simon JJ has just come in on entropy. And this is a big, big day in service to white well-being today, folks. It's magnificent. 100 British pound financial gift. 100 pounds. God bless you, good brother. Thank you so very much. Simon JJ, ladies and gentlemen. He says, spectacular stream, Jason. So much energy. Always sets me up for the coming week. Thank you. Well, you are most welcome. I want you to tear into next week like a mad, broken wrist hairstylist. You just tear it to pieces. Thank you so much. $100 pounds from Simon JJ. That's more than dollars, and it's even more than dollars, given that the anti-whites continue to print the currency over here with reckless abandon. We'll swivel around. And there is Biospirit of the West. And we're going to be talking about Biospirit of the West and when we reach the mailbag section of the day. True and marvelous champion. Great to see you, dear brother. Vexed Perilous here. Great to see you. Okay, over here. Wow, keep out your raucous emojis. Keep out your applause. Keep out your V's for victory and your 07s. Because First Last has decided to make himself known once again for the legend that he is with a financial gift of 400. Let's put an end to anti-whiteism dollars. 400. Let's put an end to anti-whiteism dollars. God bless you, man. You continue to just impress with your talent, with your contributions to white well-being, with these financial gifts, just time and again, one thing after another. We deeply appreciate you. What a true champion. I think he's still in the live chat. Give him an attaboy, and let's celebrate this guy for all that he's doing as well. 400 US. No more Ron DeSantis conservatism. Dollars. 400. Somebody get DeSantis the phone number of Jason Köhne so he can get right and pass some laws that condemn the anti-whites when they snuff them out. Right? Let's play some underwater chess. Let's have some 7D chess. For real, though. Here's our sweet lady who is as reliable as the seasons. I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifting 10 US dollars. Thank you so very much. She's wishing, and she says with those $10 for white well-being. She is wishing that Ron DeSantis and crew had been listening to yours truly rather than using the concepts the anti-whites give them to use. Because when they knocked those acts, bills, laws down, they would have condemned themselves in the process. Thank you so much. Keep the raucous emojis out. I mean, we're going to have to, can we wind them up? Can they be wound up? What do you got to do to really get a raucous emoji to go wild? Some applause, some white hearts, some fire, some love, some attaboys, some streamers, some disco lights for No White Guilt Clips. Coming in at 120. I'm sick and tired of our white babies being victimized dollars. 120 of those. I'm sick and tired of our white babies being victimized dollars. And he says with it very simply, for white well-being. And you all know when it comes to No White Guilt Clips very well that this champion, the financial gifts that he gives are by far the least of what he does for white well-being. So if you're impressed with what No White Guilt Clips does, this future statue, just like I Love Jesus Christ and First Last, future statue on the grounds of one of our, what will it be? One of our, like, temples to our gods is what it will be. You know that the dollars that he gives, and there are plenty of them, are the least of all the time and effort and talent and dedication and love he gives to white well-being. God bless you, brother. It is because of folks like these that I'm naming right now, and those of you who either you financially gift or you financially gift and you contribute with your time and talent and your comments, your sharing of the URLs, your promulgation of the work that we're doing in working in GFCs or working in the outreach team, the OT, or working solo on different content creators and getting them to use the concepts that release us from the bonds of anti-whiteism. It is all because of you that we are going to go from finally a place of incessant, endless loss, as you're seeing with Ron DeSantis. And everybody said that, no, you're Jason, you're wrong. Everybody's saying that, to his giant failure as opposed to our endless victories. Thank you all so very much. We are blessed with true champions here. This, of course, folks, is the advanced placement class. You need to check, as I say, your schedules. Get them out. Have a look at your schedules. I'm going to be getting back to financial gifts. I'm going to get into this right now because we're already at 45 minutes past the hour. So if you financially gifted, I want you to hold tight. We're going to be getting to those ASAP. But I want you to check your class schedule, because if it doesn't say AP All-Star beside your name, you're not in the right place. Let me shut down that banner, and we will roll here. Going Free, second edition, iteration 2, page 126, titled Identify, Treat, Go Free, Your Subconscious Mind. That's what we're talking about now. Very important, especially for so many of you who have been, who are new, who have been trapped in the anti-white narrative for longer than not, and you're wondering, what does all this mean? How does it function? Why is it so relevant? Why do the words matter? Why do the concepts matter? We're going to tell you, and I'm going to aid myself by going ahead and putting on a pair of glasses. So let's see what it says here in Go Free, shall we? Recall our discussion of the role of the subconscious mind and the power of the subconscious mind to largely govern our lives. It makes thousands of learned decisions, judgments, instantly and without recourse to our conscious mind. For example, it enabled our remote ancestors to pick and eat berries, while the conscious mind remained alert to threats and opportunities. Today, among many other activities, it enables us to drive our cars while we use our conscious minds for other matters, such as thinking about what we have to do later in the day. Obviously, the power of the subconscious to inform and guide us is of great benefit to us. I hope if you have any questions about, I don't get it, I don't quite understand what that means, please tag me, post them somewhere, and I will get to those questions. You can also, if you have any sentiments that you want to share, please share those sentiments about this subject matter. However, it can also be an Achilles heel. The subconscious mind is like a block of clay that can be molded without our intent or recognition, and irrespective of reason, logic, and evidence. That was one of the most important things that I found over the years, that of how dangerous the subconscious mind actually is. It was one of the earliest things that I began talking about, that we had to guard against what we imbibed as entertainment, what we imbibed as what supposedly was history, because this is making an imprint in our subconscious mind that is an endless voice that runs in our heads. The conscious mind is like deep sea currents. The conscious mind are like the shallow currents. You can use your conscious mind to imprint your subconscious mind, but you need not use your conscious mind. And that is where the big danger is. So people talk about, well, entertainment, it's no big deal. You can just watch whatever you want and you just walk away and think something different. No. Indeed, if you could live long enough to imprint nothing but poison on your subconscious mind by way of entertainment, you wouldn't be anyone you ever recognized. Your conscious mind would become your subconscious thoughts. Does that make sense? It should, at least those here. Maybe for those who are not in the Go Free method, it doesn't make sense yet. But here's an easy way to understand it. In Russia, for example, the children are taught from, and I'm not averring this is the case in Russia. This is just for making a point. They're taught that Russia is great, it's glorious. They're going to grow up, and if they continue to receive that information, that Russia is great and glorious, and there isn't a contradiction to it, either by another information source or by their own conclusions about what they see around them, or their own investigation of history of Russia, their identity, their conscious mind is going to be a product of that subconscious imprint. So it is quite literally, if you control, which is the most powerful form of control, is entertainment, because the human animal, its greatest power is to imitate. So by way of entertainment, and it will imitate that which gets it rewarded, and will shun that gets it, whatever gets it harmed, or it results in harm, individual harm. With entertainment alone, and I say alone because everybody trivializes it. They think it's nothing, but really it's the most powerful way to brainwash, to manipulate, to control. You literally can determine what identities the population will have. Now, if that is not power, if you're not able to see how powerful that is, then maybe you need to stop thinking about these things and just Follow those who do understand. It, the subconscious mind, indiscriminately absorbs information, regardless of truth or falsehood. People whose minds are untrained are easily convinced of falsehoods. If such falsehoods are not dispelled, they seat themselves firmly in our subconscious minds. The longer they go unchallenged, the deeper they are buried. Importantly, this increasing depth conceals and strengthens their influence over our identities. And this is where we've heard Mr. V talk about it in the Go Free clubs, where they have these discoveries. This is the kind of thing that uncovering your MPs that you don't know that you have today is can be a seriously startling thing for people. And they suddenly realize, my gosh, I believe this, and I believed it for a long time, and I hadn't even remembered that I believe it. The scary thing is that that memory circulates. It's still there in your head talking to you, even if you are not consciously aware of it. Just like, I mean, I really despise having these kind of conversations with people who are not learning, but people who want to challenge this stuff that is so salient for me. Are you currently thinking about how to ride a bicycle? No. And yet it still exists in your head. Right? Does that make sense? So these things that you've learned, these meme pathogens about the white race, you don't have to currently be thinking of them. You don't have to ever think of them. For them to be in your head and influencing your thought and your identity. Right? Maybe you rode a skateboard when you were a child. So therefore you know how to ride a skateboard. You might not be able, because of strength and balance and things like this many years later, to ride it with the same facility you did when you were younger, but yet you know how to ride a skateboard. And when was the last time you thought about how to ride a skateboard? It's still there. Such deep infections are so thoroughly ingrained in the origin of our personalities and characters that it is difficult to differentiate them from ourselves. Consider emotionally charged beliefs, such as religion or politics. It can be difficult to differentiate such beliefs from ourselves. If we try to imagine ourselves without such beliefs, the person we imagine may no longer seem like us. In other words, such beliefs come to form part of our identity. So, are you a Christian? Were you a Christian? What have you been taught from babyhood? You could even take something much more superficial. Did you get involved in politics when you were in your early 20s? And now are you in your 40s or 50s? That's, of course, something that began at a much less formative part of your life and has perhaps occupied a smaller segment of your life. And yet, to try to imagine that element eliminated from who you are causes you to visualize a completely different identity, someone you can't recognize. What is the gravity of that understanding when you apply it to the meme pathogens, these anti-white ideas that you have been infected with since childhood? Right now, white children look at coloring books where every little white girl, almost every single little white girl, coloring books or child books, almost every single little white girl is with a non-white little boy. They're holding hands. They have a heart over top of them. They're embracing. Almost every little white boy is handicapped in some way. Either he's like literally in a wheelchair or crutches, or he's intellectually, mentally retarded, or he's like a soy boy and he's just totally muscleless and he has little boy boobs or something like this. That's seeding in their brains at the most formative part of their lives. That will be inextricably a part of their identity as they become adolescents, as teenagers, as adults. What can you then do with such people? And I submit to you and for such people. And I submit to you, this is the reason why so many of our brothers and sisters across Western civilization cannot pick a worthwhile leader. I submit to you that this is why, that they chase after dilettantes of various male or female. They chase after so-called like online armchair philosophers. They chase after self-professed, doesn't make much sense to say a self-professed incel, but they'll chase after that because their identities are abominations. Their identities are abominations. These are not animals that are adept at securing their existence. These are animals that have been stripped of everything they need to survive. And they're left with a servile, white-guilted complexion that awaits its victimization. Tragically, this same process has occurred with MPs in Western kind. The MPs which we have been infected with were delivered as factual, authoritative, and sacred by the many arms of the regime, the governments, academia, news and entertainment media. Furthermore, social authorities have reinforced these ideas throughout our lives by rewarding those who conform and punishing those who dissent. Our subconscious minds, as a result of this formative period molding and lifelong reinforcement, are deeply infected with a broad range of meme pathogens. Conscious and unconscious thoughts are similar to surface and deep sea currents. Surface currents, like conscious thoughts, are superficial relative to deep sea currents, subconscious thoughts. Deep sea currents drive the oceans around our planet, whereas surface currents can be altered by the wind. The deep sea currents are the pulse and governing power in the ocean. Interestingly, we use the saying, wherever the wind blows, to underscore the ease with which conscious opinion changes. But these surface superficial opinions and currents that are easily changed are much less important to you, your identity, and your process of going free. Rather, it is the deep sea currents, the MP infection, your subconscious, MPs infecting your subconscious, which you need to address to truly go free. All right, we're going to move on to the glossary, and we have here social lynching. Now, I wanted to talk about this today because, as we hit the top of the 7th hour, because we know that Little Apostate is currently being socially lynched. Now, if she knew the MC social lynching, she would be able to use that in her tweeting. And she's got like a very large, I don't know how many people are following on Twitter, but it's a very large following on Twitter. And invariably will continue to grow. I don't know, she on Gab as well. If she were using social lynching, talking about what happens to white people when they are heretical to anti-whiteism, think about how many people she would communicate that meme curative to, that concept of the Go Free method, and how empowering that would be for them. Now let's turn back to her. How would using social lynching empower Little Apostate? Well, the way she's talking about it now, what's happening to her, is that these very sick people who they feel powerless in their lives because their will to power, according to Nietzsche, is weak. and these things could be true, but just follow me. And so therefore they collectivize, and that would be something that would be bad, I guess, to collectivize if that's what the weak do. They then collectivize to try to achieve their will to power. And that this is, in this sense, then, it is a raceless thing. No group, no particular race is targeted. There is no particular ideology. It could manifest as any ideology. So that all of that argument there makes her very weak. It also raises the leering question of, are all these people really wrong and you right? I mean, can you be right when all of these other people who are attacking you are wrong? It would be very easy to undermine her argument by saying that she is close-minded. She is myopic. She's purblind. She hasn't listened to these people and where they're coming from. How are they all wrong and she is right? That does something to a person morally. That makes a person feel like they're up on some sort of an exposed outcropping where darts can be thrown 360 degrees and you can't see in the back of your head. So that any moment a dart could find you. Any moment an arrow could plunge through your back and straight through your heart. We all have experienced that. How then will that motivate her in one way or another? What would be the deductions, the sort of actions from that fear? Well, one of the things that she ends up doing, and again, this is to help her. I want to empower her. I want her to be stronger. I want her to be able to access more of her latent abilities. I want her to be able to communicate these things to hundreds of thousands, who knows, maybe even millions of our brothers and sisters out there, so that they too can pick themselves up and dust themselves off. As a consequence of not having the Go Free method, and she's only just come into contact with us, the response is pretty predictable. It's things like laughing at and mocking the people that are ridiculing her. And that, of course, is a really weak response. Oneself doesn't even believe it. And it seems from the outside, it seems forced and arbitrary and contrived. And so you're not going to motivate anybody to want to follow you in that. Just to say, look how ridiculous these people, look at how objectionable, look at how freakish or whatever. That's not enough. White people need a moral high ground. It is natural for us. And so by referring to what's happening to her as social lynching, which is, she could go on to say, this is what happens to Western kind. Anti-whites socially lynch you. She puts herself on a moral high ground, an unassailable moral high ground. And the anti-whites are forced to take the immoral low ground, where their continued attack magnifies the immorality of their attack. It demonstrates also something that white people never like, and that is ganging up. When you're talking about social lynching, and of course this has a negative connotation in the mind of the audience, they understand it immediately. When you talk about social lynching, what is automatically projected, what is automatically stated without saying so in as many words, is that this attack is invalid. It is unjust. It is immoral. And it is a ganging up of many on one. White people observing that will find it disgusting. Now, there are going to be anti-whites out there that won't care. And remember, we're not speaking to the anti-whites who don't care. We're not speaking to the anti-whites that say, yes, it's good. We should gang up on white people and we should just crush them. Fine. They're going to be a tiny minority. There are going to be plenty of other anti-whites. And what's very important to us is, of course, the white anti-whites who will become doubtful of their position And if that paralyzes them, that's just as good as converting them. What is social lynching? Let's have a quick read. Economic, social, and psychological attacks zealously inflicted by anti-whites on those who intentionally or unintentionally express opinions or engage in acts at variance with anti-whiteism. Social lynching often results in alienation from family and friends, as well as loss of employment and therefore all of the concomitant losses, i.e. standard of living, healthcare, insurance, home, automobile, etc. Everybody's going to be able to understand that. This is page 201 in the glossary, the first of the appendices. Check it out. 201. Check it out. And you too, maybe you're at work, maybe you're at school, and it looks like the anti-whites are going to gang up on you. You jump right out ahead of it. This looks like you're going to socially lynch me for having a heretical opinion to anti-whiteism. Let them say, there's nothing called anti-whiteism. Let them say that. Remember what I told you. To manipulate you, they have to go where you are. We're not at the point where they can just put us all in cuffs and march us off someplace, and it won't matter what you think about what they're doing to you. To manipulate you and your thought, they have to come to you. You go ahead and you keep asserting our position. This is anti-whiteism, and it looks like you're going to socially lynch me for having a heretical opinion to anti-whiteism. If you're going to socially lynch me, what does that say about you? What does that say about your activity? What does that say? If you're going to justify this social lynching, what does that say about you? Let an anti-white present among other anti-whites say something like, well, you lynched us and now we're going to lynch you. Good. Thank you for saying that. Make sure more white people hear you saying that, buddy. We're going to jump on back to the MC, page 250. Meme curative, page 250. Now, what we want to do is we want to get anti-whites saying that they're not anti-white. And I've seen wonderful people in our community engaged in conversations on Gab, on Twitter, on YouTube, and you do a superb job being diplomatic and pushing back against the anti-whites, or whether it's just a vague villainy signaling or whatever it is, and you get them to say, oh, I'm not anti-white. When you do that, that you've won. But you got to drive home the coup de grace. MC, quote, you are not anti-white? Good. Then I do not want to hear any more anti-white ideas or demands. That's how you follow it up. You're not anti-white? Fantastic. Glad to hear it. Then no more anti-white ideas or demands from you. And you can go further depending on where you are with that person in the conversation and what the purpose of the conversation is. You can go further and you can demand acts to prove that they are not anti-white. And let me tell you, anti-whites out there in the world, they hate that. And it is beautiful. When you turn it around on them and nothing feels that good, as when you turn it around on an anti-white and you start saying, okay, so you claim to be not anti-white. Well, let me hear you say to prove that you're not anti-white. And then it's just having them on the ropes. And it's just like a classical boxing scenario where they're up against the ropes and you're just obliterating them. Every time they try to get away from the rope, you are pressing with another argument, pressing with another metaphorical jab, with a cross, with an uppercut. They can't move. Meanwhile, Con Inc. and the Republican Party and these folks, they are engaged in nothing but siamicky with their proxy positions. Siamicky is shadowboxing. So they're engaged in just shadowboxing. And that's why it's always a loss. That's why we have to read these articles one after the other. Just another loss, another failure for our whole lives. Because you can't possibly win with leadership that shadowboxes. They don't even get in the fight. I think, in fact, when they get into the ring, they get punched in the nose, and the first trickle of blood from one barely scraping jab causes them to faint from the sight of their own blood. I'm going to read next from Crucible, and then we are going to get into some announcements that are magnificent. Magnificent. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to hear those. But first, I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying and see if there are any other financial gifts. I know there are a couple at least over on Cash App. So let's take a look at that really quickly. I want you all to be involved. We have over here Oma Lahar. Wonderful to see you, good brother. Magnificent. Magnificent. Financially gifting $13.37 to put an end to Siamaki. No more Siamaki, according to Oma Lahar. Not going to have it anymore. We want a fighter who can get in the ring and knock out these anti-white SOBs, don't we? Don't we really? Isn't that what you want to see? Something more than just a Donald Trump zinger. Something more than just quipping by Donald Trump. I mean, somebody that's going to get out there and just obliterate. We don't want any more. You're going to end up locked up and then do nothing about it, right? We don't want any more of that. We want somebody who's going to expose anti-whites for the vicious, rabies-ridden monsters that they are and leave them a quivering, piss-covered mess on the debate stage. That's what we want. And then when they get into office, big things. All right. Oma Lahar. Great to see you, brother. Haven't seen you in a while, but it's wonderful to have you. $13.37, he says, for white well-being. And here is a champ, true as the day is long. Get out your raucous emojis, your 07s, and I appreciate every single one of you for doing that. Because I'm celebrating too. If we were in a stadium somewhere, I would be carrying these people up to the stage and we would all be celebrating them. And this is Brad C. He hit the $20 minimum for the applause, the raucous emojis that we break out here, huffing on paint fumes to get them really riled up before they head out into the live chat. Brad C. financially gifting $20 US for the health and welfare of white babies. He's that good of a guy. And he writes here with those $20, the recapture of our destiny, for the recapture of our destiny, and a white heart emoji. These are the kind of champions that step up to make a change in the world. And it is truly glorious. It is truly amazing to be able to be with you all at this 11th hour for Western Kind. And we think about all of the West that is behind us, all of the West that is our ancestors. It's in our biospirit. That's in our blood. That's in our veins. That's in our muscles. That's in our brains. It's there. They are there for us to tap into. And their prayers and their hopes and their wish and their fears are inside of us. The greatest, the Michelangelos, the Beethovens, the Desert Foxes, they're all there inside of us. And they are hoping against hope that those of us who step forward in this camp of the saints moment are going to be the best that Western Kind has, because the Western Kind is going to need the best at this 11th hour. And we together are going to reclaim our destiny stolen from us. And those greats, those heroes, those legends, those wizards of our race will live again in the beautiful generations that are yet to come of white babies, all hues of Western Kind. We're going to be the ones that make that happen. God bless you, brother. I really appreciate that. And we'll take a quick look here. Looks like blank there. Let me check over here. Jupiter 5 says homemaking and then carpentry. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and we will read from Crucible. We're going to keep this moving. I'll take a quick look at the live chat here on YouTube to see if, let me scroll to the top, any comments tagging me that want. Southern Bloom says, Glasses Jason has returned. Yes, he has, I'm afraid. It is I am the Clark Kent of the true Jason. All right. Here's my age is being discussed by some. And of course, I am like a vampire, many lifetimes. Great to see so many champions. Please share if you haven't already. Cormac is here. Starlit is here. Kingdom of Vinland is here. Axis Mundi says, Hail, brother, thank you for the Go Free lessons. You're most welcome, brother. I thank you for your appreciation. 0022, good way. You explained how you have to drive it home. Oh, yes, thank you for that. Earlier during the stream, on my way home, I saw a truck with a Let's Go Brandon bumper sticker. When the guy went to his car, I said an icebreaker about his bumper sticker and gave him a No Wine Guilt business card. He said, thanks. That is awesome. Well done. You don't know where that's going to end up going, man. That's a beautiful thing. Thank you for that. Well done. We all need to be doing that. Remember, a lot of folks, it's going to take numerous contacts of just seeing these things. And then sometimes several contacts, they show up, they listen a little bit. Patrick of Southtown's here. Great to see you. Before they finally decide to take the plunge. California Going Free Club says, Promethean hails, brother. Well, big Promethean hails to you as well. White Calling is with us. Cindy Ben is here. Light of the Twin Lamps. Wonderful. Promethean Healing. Wonderful to see you all. Please share the URL. As we still have quite a little bit of time, we're going to be getting to calls tonight without issue. But for right now, we're going to read from Crucible. This is chapter 31, By Terror They Rule. Now remember, this is nonfiction, Crucible, Child Patriot American Victory, about my time in junior high school, 7th and 8th grade, Northern Virginia, 11 to 13 years of age. This is when I began asking questions and then pushing back and dedicated my life to our people. I had hoped my success on the basketball court and baseball field would increase my likability and make it easier to recruit members to my club. But unlike my accomplishments on the football field, basketball and baseball did little for my reputation. But even if they had, I'm not sure it would have helped. Most kids refused to share their feelings on the well-being of our people and how we were treated, clearly afraid of the consequences of deviating from anti-whiteism. Those who were willing to give their opinions would only do so in secret. I probed my peers' hearts for defiance, but there was none. I looked for the determination and strength to resist, but those qualities were missing. I searched for pride, faith, and confidence, but these, too, were absent. I would have said they were empty if it were not for the abject hopelessness that pervaded their hearts. They shouldn't have known such secret despair. From their deepest core, where they hid their darkest pain from the world, they revealed how they felt about themselves and our people. We didn't do anything, but were blamed for everything, they lamented. Why aren't we allowed to be proud? The minorities are encouraged to be proud. It's really unfair, but there's nothing we can do about it. Why won't anyone help us? Why do we have to make up for things we didn't do? There's no future for us. Why are we punished for being white? Why is it okay to discriminate against us? They can do anything they want to us, and it's okay. Why is it evil to care about our people? They hate us. The entire system hates us. We might as well kill ourselves. Despite the endless anti-white education and entertainment, I discovered that by encouraging my peers to talk about such things, by encouraging them to investigate their feelings, ask questions, and focus on subjects the regime declared off limits and punishable, many of them secretly agreed with me. They were merely confused, browbeaten, shamed, despondent, terrorized, silenced, abused. Why won't they help me? I desperately asked myself. If we'd all just stand together, if we'd all just stand up and in one voice say, enough. But I didn't know how to convince them to stand. I could offer them self-respect, pride, a healthy identity, but our anti-white victimizers would ruin them. They would smear, ostracize, and physically attack them. A healthy identity and a promise of its benefits were not enough when weighed against anti-white terrorism. I didn't give up on inspiring others, but I did give up on starting a club. I simply had no answers. And more importantly, summer vacation was on its way. Another month of school, and I would be free. No more fear of beatdowns. No more anti-white lessons. No more white girls snubbing me because I wasn't anti-white. And with that, my brothers and sisters, we will be right back.
The state of Arizona is no stranger to the ongoing cost of illegal border crossings. In the year of 2021 alone, Customs and Border Protection apprehended nearly 2 million illegal aliens crossing the southwestern border. This number is only a small part of the chaotic picture, as an estimated 400,000 individuals evaded apprehension and disappeared into the United States. Apprehensions in the Yuma sector alone were up 2,405% in October and November of 2021 as compared to the same time in 2020 during Trump's presidency. In just a 5-day period, 6,000 illegal aliens entered Yuma, prompting Mayor Nichols to declare a state of emergency and plead for state and federal assistance. The sheer volume of people entering the state bring with them numerous associated costs. Human trafficking is a principal concern. Unvetted criminals enter the country and disappear into the interior. Some apprehensions at the border have even been from citizens of known terrorist states. The illicit flow of dangerous narcotics like cocaine, methamphetamine, and fentanyl have also been surging. In Nogales, Border Patrol agents reported that fentanyl seizures were up 56% in the past year in just their area alone. In 2021, agents seized 11,000 pounds of the dangerous synthetic opioid, enough to potentially kill 2.54 billion people. For perspective, that is roughly 1/3 of the world population. Drug overdoses have been climbing across the nation. Arizona saw a spike of 34% from 2019. Kari Lake sets forth a bold plan should she be elected as governor of Arizona. She cites that the anti-white regime that has enabled and engineered this catastrophic situation has derelicted its duty to protect the citizenry of the state of Arizona. She cites Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution, wherein the federal government is supposed to guarantee the protection of the states. Anti-white elements in Washington have left Arizona on her own and turned a blind eye to the staggering degree of suffering that is being precipitated on the state. Therefore, under Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution, Kari Lake seeks to invoke Arizona's inherent power to fend off invasion in the absence of federal protection. The plan outlines a coalition comprised of border states that creates a dedicated border security task force which will be authorized to arrest, detain, and deport illegal aliens. The coalition will supersede and invalidate restrictions on border enforcement put in place by federal organizations like the EPA and the Bureau of Land Management. Kari states that she wishes to complete the construction of the border wall, expand the Arizona Rangers, and create a special border court and trespasser database. She also intends to empower local law enforcement to arrest illegal aliens, enhance the National Guard presence on border routes, and crack down on cartel infrastructure and resources through the destruction of cartel tunnels, shooting down drones flying from Mexican airspace into Arizonan airspace, and the seizing of assets of known traffickers. Furthermore, she seeks to classify the cartels as a terrorist organization that threatens the well-being of United States citizens. Such a bold plan has obviously drawn the ire of the anti-white regime, who manufactures and maintains this crisis. Numerous smear articles and hit pieces have come out from the regime media in recent days, slandering the hopeful candidate with anti-white slurs such as hateful or racist. Regardless of the slander levied against her, it seems that Lake's intentions are a bold step forward for a state that has been left to the wolves by insulated oligarchs resting on their laurels in the nation's capital. Lake's plan is the best potential course of action to alleviate the suffering of millions of Southwesterners. Whether she fulfills them upon election remains to be seen.
Again, I haven't
Start making a difference in our world as we are doing here.
They say I'll never see your face again. I say
Because those who have the discernment to see beyond that horizon, going free, treating your empties, will see this as soon as it starts happening. You will be excited as hell, because this is going to be some of the most powerful moments in your lives. Some of the most powerful moments in your lives.
my job, stay close to this heavenly path. They say I'll never see your face again. I say don't ever say that to my face again. I haven't got time for your lie, so get away from me. You won't take my faith, won't make me shake, won't make
Start
me shake,
making
make
a
me
difference
shake.
in our world as we are doing here.
They say I'll never see your face again. I say
Those who have the discernment to see beyond that horizon, going free, treating your empties, will see this
They
as
say
soon as it starts happening.
I say
This is going to be some of the most powerful moments
they say I'll never see your face again. I say
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. How amazing is it to be going free in this world, to finally have something that works? Please let me know if the microphone is full and rich and beautiful as going free is for our people. And we will proceed. That, of course, was great Raymond Foster down under Australia, one of our champions. I love that particularly. He's making the sign and the music is great. It's got a great beat. I really enjoy that one. Let's proceed. Let's see, what do we have here? Yes. Let's proceed to the announcements. And then I'll take a look at what you all are writing and if there are any financial gifts that I may have missed or not. Lunder, another great champion from down under, is here. He says, Mike is full and rich and beautiful, just like me. That's awesome, man. TJ says, Mike is working. Art Acrobats, it's rich sound. Thank you. I might not have a pot to piss in, but we've got rich sound here. That's what matters. So real playlist. Great to see you. Has joined us. I might have been here the whole time, but let's get into some epic announcements. The first epic announcement is Born Guilty is available again on Amazon. Raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen, raucous emojis. Born Guilty, I didn't tell everybody, but it was actually sort of banned on Amazon. Not permanently banned, but it was, what was the word they used for it? Anyhow, it has been a big struggle. I've alluded to this a couple times with Amazon when it comes to Born Guilty. It has been a big struggle from the very beginning, getting the book on Amazon. And you can see right away why Born Guilty would be such an issue. The truth is right on the cover, isn't it? This is what happens to white people upon birth. You are all of these things inside the anti-white narrative. And so you are branded with them for life. I mean, this really gets a hold of you when you see this cover. And I want to appreciate again the people who I have their names in here forevermore, who financially contributed way back then to finish and make this cover. This was no easy chore, I can assure you. The artist and I, we went back and forth and getting him, and he was not cheap. It was expensive, and it ended up being really quite marvelous. And you have to see in person to be able to see really that the brands do indeed look like they are burnt through the flesh. And so the anti-whites at Amazon, you know, they were interested. We'll just put it in a neutral way. And so I had all of these problems that when it came to the book's format, that after endless investigation, I couldn't find anybody with the same problems. And of course, knowing where we are in anti-white society, what we are in anti-white society, there's a distinct possibility that it could be persecution, it could be discrimination. And but you can't at the same time let your imagination run away with you. And you certainly can't give up because you come up against that. So I had to find creative ways to get around, to get beyond, and to make happen. And so we made this happen, and it has done a lot of people a world of good. And the day might come when, you know, this ends up being the who's this Jason Köhne guy, and then this flies off the shelves, and fortunately it's on the shelves to fly off of them. Think of the amount of good that would do for our people if that were the case. Well, you all will know, and it's been kind of like an open secret because it's a fun part of the book. I did quite a few different things with Born Guilty that you don't find in books these days. And one of the reasons why, creative things. So it's really an original sort of creation. It's not just a thick book with lots of words on lots of pages. There's quite a bit more to it. And for one thing, there are over 200 illustrations in it, and a lot of different things that happen. First person, second person, third person writing, different styles of writing within the book. And those who have read it can attest to this in the live chat. One of the things that was in the book that I felt was very creative. And of course, one of the main reasons why that I did that avant-garde sort of approach to the book is because, number one, I had the talent to be able to do it. But number two, that this is what I felt people needed, since people are not readers today. They needed an interesting way. They needed something more than just text to work through. Because I wanted people to read it, not just to buy it and put it on a shelf so they could say, look I got the Born Guilty book. So it had to help them along. And we don't have time to go into it in really much more detail than that, except to say this. There was a little puzzle inside, a little riddle of sorts that you had to solve. And I provided the cues, the tips, the hints to solve the riddle. That it had to deal with the context, examine the context where you begin to experience the anomaly in the text, and then follow the English alphabet. That was more than enough context to help people. I even wrote that in the description of the book on Amazon so that there wouldn't be an issue for people, so that they would be able to enjoy the book. At some point in this book, what's happening is you've come to stay with me at my apartment in the Plains, Virginia, on a multimillionaire's property. I really live there. That's a real place. And while you're with me, we talk, you read from some other books, you sleep as well, and you dream. So since I'm talking to you in the first person while you're with me, I call you reader since I couldn't possibly know your name. given all the names of readers who could be reading. And we talk about that as well. How do I take you from that environment to a dreaming environment where I take over your dreaming? I'm not present. How do I do that? Well, what's it like when you begin to drift off to sleep, when you're aware of it, and when you're first waking up? Thoughts are scrambled, and they become incoherent. And as a consequence, or maybe as a result, to mirror that with the book, what I did was, you're reading along, and the words, there's a clear stoppage of the passage of whatever you're reading. And then there are words that don't make sense, one with the other, vis-a-vis each other. So sentences that don't make sense, words that don't make sense, that immediately transitions to letters that don't make words. And then the text inverts, which requires you, if you are a thinking person, to turn the book upside down. And then, by way of the tip, the hint of the English alphabet, to follow the English alphabet as you now turn the pages, what is upside down, backward, to continue reading through the book the proper direction. Very easy to follow. Everybody that got it loved it. They thought, oh my God, that was the coolest thing. I turned the book upside down. I suddenly saw that, wow, there were sentences here made sense. And then I turned one page, I turned the other, and I saw, oh, okay, so there's A, there's B, there's C. This is the direction I have to go. And then realized that they were reading about a dream that they were having in this book. That happens twice in this book. And anti-whites, a combination of midwits and midget wits and anti-whites, continuously plagued Amazon with complaints that the text makes no sense, that there are places where the text makes no sense. And Amazon would reach out to me. They would freeze the book, and they would reach out, and I would begin a endless argument. It seems like endless argumentation with them, back and forth. And I would cite examples on Amazon of puzzle books and etc. that do all kinds of crazy things and require the reader to do all kinds of crazy things that they sell and they have no problem with. And I was always speaking with wonderful people from India who maybe not all the time totally understood, as a consequence of radically different cultures, what I was communicating. But I would patiently go back, sometimes dozens of times with them, while this book, they had stopped printing it, and the number that they had available slowly ticking down. And then eventually they would agree, yes, you're right, we will print the book again. It's a puzzle that is understandable, it's easily understandable, and that it is part of the enjoyment of the text, per the examples I cited. This happened, I cannot tell you the number of headaches, because I wanted to keep this true for everybody. I wanted them to be able to enjoy that novelty in the book. Well, the anti-whites ruined it. And I guess also the midwits and midget wits who just couldn't get it, and then they complained. And there were also people from the white sympathetic sphere who disliked me. For example, Jim Goad fans. And there was a whole thing with them. And a couple of his fans got to me and told me that they had chat groups, and they were talking. Now, I don't know if Jim Goad himself was involved. I doubt it. But they were longtime fans of Jim Goad. And so they wanted to ruin this book and turn people off from it, so that Jim Goad's book, which is not the same, I'll just say, that was released around the same time, would get the sales. In fact, they wrote things, and these people from these chat groups told me what they were going to be saying, and then I saw their comments show up where they said, This book is basically Jim Goad's book, except 3 times as long and 3 times expensive. So you should just go buy Jim Goad's book. I mean, this is the kind of people. This is the kind of people that you have to deal with. This is what that I've had to deal with. So they've probably frozen this book over the years now, maybe nearly 10 times. And every single time, I would have to go back and I would cite all of the other times. Can you imagine the amount of work that was for me to keep this genuine for you all? Well, finally, somebody from higher up the food chain came along and said, none of that matters. Your book is frozen. We're never going to print it again. And so I had to make the decision to come at the argument from a completely different direction. And so what I did was I told them, well, you're right. All of these other books that on Amazon, they're just different. So they get to do things like that, have puzzles in them. And so my deepest apologies, and I thank you for all of your time and etc. And was able to talk them back into reviewing the book again and having changed it now. So if you are one of the people who got ahead and got this text when it had the puzzle in it, you're one of the lucky ones, because from now on, there is no puzzle anymore. I was only able to leave a remnant of that the puzzle existed by leaving the English alphabet upside down. The rest of the text now is right side up. There is still the gibberish text to indicate that you are falling asleep and waking up, but the text is no longer inverted, only the alphabet. So, but it's back. It's finally back on Amazon, and we are very proud about that. And watch the Jim Goad people will come after me again. And by the way, all these Jim Goad fans, even the ones that reached out to me, technically there was just one that really reached out. But they're all like these old, wizened, and they're down south. And I don't know why they are so enamored with him. They like gross, like racial humor, racial epithets, and all of this kind of trash. And they're just fans of his. And damn the white race. Damn the white race. Damn what happens to us. All that matters is they like Jim Goad. He's their guy. And so they wanted to, and you could still find their comments. I had a big back and forth with Amazon. I was like, look at what they're doing. This is a group. I showed Amazon the messages. This is what they're doing. They are intentionally undermining the sale of Born Guilty in favor of this author that they just love. And Amazon was like, oh, well. So he's a regular commenter on Red Ice. If you wanted to find him, you can find him over on Red Ice. I want to ask you all, please subscribe to Final Blossom's White Wellbeing newsletter. Final Blossom's White Wellbeing newsletter. While we're on calls, I will grab the URL and I will share it if the mods are unable to. Let me just see if I can. He's got a magnificent newsletter, White Wellbeing newsletter. I think it's on Substack, and that's where you can find it. And he's just recently done a article on the historical use of anti-white and anti-whiteism in publications. And it's magnificent. I read it and I was jumping up and down as I was reading it because I didn't know he had done it. I didn't even know he had this wonderful blog, this wonderful newsletter. We're going to share it. We want you to be reading it. He's a magnificent champion in service to white well-being. We love the guy. And I'm reading this historical use, and you'll see that anti-whiteism, almost no use at all. And anti-white, almost no use, gained some popularity. And I think it was the late 50s, 60s, mid 60s, up through the mid 60s, and then back down to no use. He poses the question, is this because it wasn't useful to white people? Or is it because anti-whites in publications like dictionary publication were keeping it out of usage because of its usefulness to white people? And of course, since it was absent, further solidifying my claims that it was not in the white sympathetic sphere of everyone I heard, listened to, participated with, and I was across the gamut. It doesn't mean it never happened once here or once there or whatever. And then starting in 94, and then it wasn't until 2009 or 10 or so that we saw these other champions. Whitaker put the word anti-white at the end of this thing he called the mantra. It was this long mantra. At the very end of it, he put in anti-white, and they did wonderful things. I celebrated them for the work that they were doing, but anti-white was not, I mean, the bottom line is anti-white was at the very end of this mantra, like an afterthought, except in the slogan that Whitaker made, which was, what was it? Racism is a code word for anti-white, which still uses the anti-white concept racism, and something that I would argue against using. Nevertheless, we just had differences of opinion. I supported the work that they were doing, was very happy with it. It went on for a couple of years, and then they ran out of steam. Maybe they became less popular. It wasn't just out there as much as it used to be, which was lamentable because we needed anti-white to be out there more prevalently. I was pushing it in anti-whiteism, of course, like I said, since 94. And you can see the actual usage he provides, Final Blossom. You can see it was not widely used, except for this very brief time, anti-white by itself, not anti-whiteism. But more importantly, we are the engine of the promulgation of anti-white and anti-whiteism. We are in groups and in solo making decisions about tactics and the implementation and the targeting and how to get these people, these staff members, this content creators, etc., to use the word anti-white and the word anti-whiteism and others as well. So it's a magnificent thing that Final Blossom has done. Please follow him on White Wellbeing newsletter. Please subscribe to that and read it and give him your support. Slap him on the back. Tell him what a great guy he is. Now, I've got some not me picks that I want to share, and I will pull those up while I'm on phone calls as well. We're getting there soon. Let's see. We shared a Westman Media news segment, and I'll be sharing more of those. These were done last year. I don't think they're doing any new ones, but a big salute to everybody, Natarific and everybody else who worked on those. And if you make more, then I'll be sharing them during Going Free, and maybe Roland Going Frees as well, just as sort of like little news segments. But that's magnificent work that they did over there. And please share that work. Use those news segments with friends and family to spread the doctrine of white well-being. I have a new ad up on Gab. Oh boy, I gotta make a note. Maybe I can do that while taking calls too. I have a new ad up on Gab for the What is Anti-White competition. And it's doing fantastically. If you see it on Gab, remember, click the ad one time to have a look at it. Don't repeatedly click the ad to go to the video. You've already seen the video. I showed it to you tonight. Because every time you click it, I get charged again. But if there is an option, and please somebody provide me with the info about whether or not there is the option of giving it a like and sharing it with maybe everybody who follows you. If there is, please do so with every ad that we produce. Please always click like if that's possible on Gab, and please somebody let me know, and share if that's possible. And please somebody let me know. So that ad is up and running now and doing wonderful. I'm very pleased with it. I want to also remind you all that tomorrow is Dragon Mondays. Yiz might not have her show tomorrow. If she's here, she can let us know. But her computer is being worked on, and so she might not be able to have her show tomorrow. If she does, it will be at 6. For Null's Dragon Show will be at 8. This is Eastern time. Check those shows out. They're a hell of a lot of fun, and we want to continue to build this community. And going from this show to those shows, this gathering to those shows, and then Tuesday, Jason Goes Political at 7 p.m. Eastern. I will be here. Yiz says she's going to stream, but it won't be a proper episode. She will still be streaming at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow for her Dragon show, but it's not going to be the normal one where she has, I guess, a lineup of guests because she won't have her computer, I'm assuming. So maybe on another device, she'll be able to stream. And so that's wonderful. So still show up there at 6 for Yiz and her show. 7 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, Jason Goes Political. I might start at 6:45, maybe even 6:30. The reason why is that at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday, I will be on with iHypocrite on his channel. I think he has like around 100,000 subs over there, and I think his Twitter is even bigger. We are going to be talking about strategy facing off against anti-whites. Is that not exciting? Make sure you're over there on iHypocrite's channel at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. Tell all your friends about it to show up. It's going to be very exciting. We're going to be talking about tactics when dealing with anti-whites in debate. Let me jump on to some comments really quickly, because we're going to start taking calls, and I'm going to look at your financial gifts really quickly as well. If you would like to speak with me on Skype, please write me, and the moderators will give you my Skype, and write me there. Say, I'd like to have a conversation, and then I call you. And it looks like White Wellbeing Advocate is first tonight. We know we have the great Mr. V. He will be on as well. And Rory as well didn't have his device working last time. So if he's available, he is up. Everybody else is welcome thereafter for the time we have left. I'm going to mingle maybe. Well, actually, this quickly, I will take a look at entropy, and I'm going to get into these comments, a few comments that we have here, and your phone calls. So everybody, raucous emojis. A big salute for a true champion. You know him well. You know him well because he shines like the Western sun. Dude, bro moment. Financially gifting $50. 50. Save our white baby dollars from anti-whiteism. Magnificent champion. $50. He writes, for white well-being. God bless you, man. Thank God for you. Once again, dude bro moment, ladies and gentlemen, $50 over here on Entropy. We also have a financial gift of $3 from Starshine Girl. Great to see you. And she writes, important to note that DeSantis has recently allowed the release of GMO mosquitoes onto Floridians. The powers that be have been trying to do this for at least 5 years, but had serious opposition. Really? Wow, how about that? I do know that they were pushing back against the GMO mosquitoes. And this is, by the way, it's ears against the door. It's not my position that that should be done or not done. Just check it out with CNN, whether it's good or not. And for the environment, for people. But is that right? So DeSantis has allowed that to happen. You know, it always strikes me as interesting when there are people who are ostensibly standing up for us, and then they suddenly get a little bit of courage, and they get out there and they say some things that you're like, well, I'm just being a little courageous here. It seems like often we find out that some sort of unscrupulous stuff was going on. It's almost like some shady characters showed up and said, hey, if you push our unscrupulous stuff, we'll give you some dough to offset the dough that you will lose when you get courageous. against some of these other positions that are out there in the world, as though it would ever be enough. Then he still loses, and the anti-whites get what they want in all cases. Thank you very much for that info and that financial gift, Starshine Girl. And a big thank you again to Dude Bro Moment. Back yet again with another $50 US dollar financial gift. And over here on YouTube, let's see if anybody tagged me. Anglo-America says, any tips on writing a book? How do you find the motivation to complete a whole book? I always wanted to write a book, but never done it. It is on my bucket list. Great question. And I wish I had a little bit more time to explore it. I should kind of make maybe that as the discussion of a roll-in. But ultimately, the first thing that you have to grapple with is that writing a book is nothing like any book, any genre, any style of book is nothing like writing emails or a letter or anything like that. So you have to teach yourself how to write a book. And I would suggest determine what category or what style or genre you want to write in, and then explore an education there. And don't get mired in education, but you're going to need to get an education of how to write. And you'll discover that it is a complex combination of science and art. And then once you are acquiring, there isn't a moment when you've got all the knowledge. Once you are acquiring and you've developed a sufficient amount of knowledge to begin, you have to make sure that you set aside so many hours every day. You have to make sure that we set aside so many hours every day to write, and that you never, or so many minutes, that you never fail, I guess, to get those minutes in. What I did was I said at minimum 30 minutes every day, no matter how sick I was, no matter how sleepy I was, no matter how little time I had, no matter how unmotivated, uncreative, unproductive I felt. There were some times where there were 30 minutes where I would get out maybe 2 sentences, reworking and then going at it again. And then the next day, just delete those 2 sentences. But that's how you develop the habit. Thank you very much for that question. Is a digital copy of Born Guilty still available? Ideally off your own website. There is no digital copy of Born Guilty. There hasn't been one because of the inverted text. But now I'm in a position to create a digital copy. Thank you for the question. RS says, could it be that you revise the book and include the puzzle again as an image or illustration for historical remembrance, perhaps? Sorry they did that to your work, Jason. Well, thank you for actually feeling my pain when it comes to them destroying the artistic intent. They would not do that to an anti-white, would they? No way. They're just like, they'll run roughshod over everything we do as though nothing matters, because it doesn't. I'm dehumanized. I don't have any value in the anti-white narrative. I don't have any importance. My concerns don't matter. The integrity of my art doesn't matter to anti-whites. They'll just feed it to a paper shredder. They don't give a shit. And yes, at someplace else, I can, maybe with another publisher, maybe even on Amazon by way of these illustrations, presenting the text as an inverted illustration, which essentially laid down in the document. That's what it was. But maybe I can get it under the radar that way. Thank you very much for the suggestion and for feeling my pain, commiserating with me. Elaine says she can't wait for me to be on iHypocrite. Thank you for that, dear lady. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun on Tuesday. We'll keep it going all week long. All right, let me quickly get through some of these and we'll get to these calls. Hypnotic Tango says, I remember the day I lost my sense of who I am as a son of the West. I was only 7 or 8 years old. I was playing a video game with my teenage brother, and he had made a non-white character. Quote, why are you playing as a brown guy? Close quote. I asked. He rose up and yelled that I was a racist. I did not know what this anti-white slur meant, but I could tell that he thought I had done something wrong. I felt scared of this big simian. I could tell, that acted as though I was evil, and I felt the need to conform. After that, I was terrified to even use the word white. I began listening to violent, angry, sexual rap music, just like my brother, and was infected with a lot of mean pathogens because of what my evil brother did that day. Anti-whiteism is child abuse. It's horrible that no one outside this community will recognize what was done to me at such an early age. They'll tell you that it's good to do this to children. My biggest regret from being within the anti-white narrative was when I was 12 years old. A nerdy, unattractive boy in my class privately told me that too many migrants were coming into our country. Seeing an opportunity to villainy signal, I later said, quote, you are a racist in front of everyone. I could see how angry and suspicious the non-whites got, and how the whites who should have supported him also joined me on the witch hunt I had started. The boy was yelled at and attacked from all angles, so that he started backtracking on what he had told me when we were alone, and then he ran away crying. While it was brought to the teacher's attention that the witch hunt was my fault, those teachers were anti-white, and they did not yell at me, and it seemed as though they were thinking positive things about me. I have regretted that so much, because after I had put that boy through all of that, he never said anything heretical to anti-whiteism again. In fact, when I had begun watching white sympathetic content and tried to tell him about it, he had become a radical anti-white. Boy, what a story there. And I want to salute you, Hypnotic Tango, for having the courage to tell that so many white people have done similar things and worse because of their infection with anti-whiteism, but they won't admit it. They won't bear their evil that they had committed in the name of anti-whiteism to the world, and we need them to. We need them to step up and say, I did this horrible thing as a consequence of what had been done to me, as a consequence of infecting me with these ideas. And I regret doing it, and now I'm making amends for it by going free, by implementing the Go Free method in my life and helping people. I harmed white people. I harmed white brothers and sisters by being anti-white, and now I'm going to save them and make amends for that period in my life by being white positive and sharing the good word from the Go Free method. God bless you. I appreciate you saying that. Azimuth Clark responded to him and said this: love, hope, and redemption. We've all done that stuff. Going free gives us a chance for making it better. God bless you, Azimuth Clark. A very honorable thing to do, to step up there. Let's see. Torhund says, refusing to acknowledge that you are being victimized by someone is a psychological coping mechanism of someone with a victim mentality. By going free, we relieve ourselves of that mindset by utilizing the method which prevents anti-whites from victimizing us. We also acknowledge that an attack on one on the basis of the immutable characteristics we share with that person is an attack on all of us. That's not a victim's mentality, but a hero's mentality. Beautifully written, brother. Very well said. Unmapped Insight says, enjoyed the stream and the energy of the chat as well. When Jason gets riled, the adjectives he uses are very, very special. It seems to me that when various groups feel flawed in and of themselves. Their verbal diarrhea gets thrown in the face of white perfections. Jealousy leads to greed, leads to hatred. The anti-white whites acting as ringleaders and steering the ship of racial revenge are the most despicable in society. If they were removed somehow, the fractured selves of the non-white anti-whites would crumble. They would retreat into the shadows, and society could get back to business as usual. That's the way I see it. And if the media was honest and truthful, maybe this world could enjoy some semblance of peace. Great video. Well, of course, that's what we want in service to white well-being, is peace for everyone. Well written. Pearl Lady says here, I've been trying to talk my sister into reading your book and listen to your streams because she reads a lot of self-help betterment type of books. I told her she doesn't need all of those and just read Go Free, but she said she doesn't have any white guilt. Boy, one of the first signs that somebody is rabidly white guilted is to say, I don't feel any white guilt. And then, like moments later, they will demonstrate how much white guilt they have by making excuses for non-white groups being able to have the freedom from responsibility and special privileges and all of these sorts of things. I told her it's more encompassing than just white guilt. I'm going to let her read my book. She said she would, but not right now. Baby steps, I guess. Awesome live stream, Jason. I really appreciate your decision. I really appreciate your dedication and love for white well-being. I've personally benefited from your teachings. Well, thank you so much for that. And let us know how it goes with your sister. The self-help books and programs, the things you get today, are just freshened up Aesop fables and catchphrases and slogans, truisms, etc., from our people's past. They package it up anew, and then they sell it to you for great big dollars, and they'll have different tiers, and you got to pay more and more, and you're just getting the same truisms over and over. And the reason why this doesn't work for people, or the reason why you have this ephemeral enthusiasm, is because you go out into a world that is rabidly anti-white as a white person. So your enthusiasm, your new dedication to making a salubrious behavior habitual and these sorts of things, it ultimately doesn't matter for white people. Starting with what's wrong with yourself. Because even if you work your ass off to develop a positive attitude and you read supporting slogans and affirmations every day, your subconscious mind has a lifetime of telling you that you're evil because your race is evil. You shouldn't excel because your race is in the way of others excelling. And you on and on and on. You have to deal with the root problem if you are going to be able to address your shortcomings, if you're going to be able to tap into your latent physical, mental, and spiritual abilities. So God bless you. Thank you for trying to help your sister. Pearl Lady. What is this? Ronald White Wolf. Excellent stream. I have a request for a future stream. Please address talking about anti-whiteism with deeply MP infected Christian family members. I should do that on a roll-in, go free. We'll get to the rest of that. If not tonight after the calls, because I don't suspect we'll have time, on a roll-in. Susan says, my other half was a big Bob Dylan fan from being about 18 onward. Okay. A lot of people fell for that, I know. He says now he can't believe how anti-white Dylan was. He knew no better then, but says he felt uncomfortable even then with some of Dylan's early songs like Only a Pawn in Their Game and With God on Our Side, which we all know now are anti-white as all hell. Thank you so much, Susan, for jumping in and sharing that. So absolutely correct. And this final one, and we'll get to the first call tonight. Sluggo says, excellent show. The righteous anger you are releasing is cathartic and feels pretty damn good to hear, too. Having worked on the Hill, I wonder, Jason, did you know Steve King of Iowa? He seemed to be one of the very few politicians that routinely spoke up for white people, stopping the flood of non-white invaders, intruders, we'll call them. They're not People they're wonderful. Every last one of them are wonderful, but they just weren't invited, the ones who are just crossing the border without an invitation. And he says, encountering the anti-white agenda of white erasure by pointing out, quote, a people can't replace themselves with other races' children. Yes, he did say that. Of course, he was right then and now, says Sluggo, and lying liberals and traitor rhinos, as well as their, well, I'm not going to use that word, anti-white financiers, ended his career. I think that we need to push for, even demand, that Trump or whoever the next president is, if the money folks will allow us, install a cabinet level position of anti-whiteism czar. Ooh, I like this, where it's going. Possibly Jason Köhne himself. Yes, let's make this happen. I like this a lot. To root out, end, and set up any kind, and set up defense against any and all forms of anti-white speech, programs, or actions of any kind, hurting or meant to hurt white people in any manner, much like the dishonest, this anti-white group he names, but actually needed. The anti-whiteism czar could immediately set up, even temporarily, measures that would stop any programs promoting or containing any anti-white agenda, such as CRT, quota systems, any time or any kind and all, school businesses meant to limit white people in any way from fair competition for available student slots or jobs. The harmful programs and the actions to stop them would then be discussed and measures taken to formalize them at a weekly cabinet meeting. I think this would be easily done, despite the outcry of all the anti-white liberals, anti-American dual citizen holders, and anti-white non-whites and anti-white whites and their organizations. I could do it, and I know you could do it too. One last thing. Your language is revealing a measure of firm actions that old boomers like me have been warning should be taken against the anti-whites for many years, but have always been rebuked with, that kind of talk won't win people over to our side. Well, our side doesn't have much time left, and the walls are closing in on us. The boots on the neck, the handcuffs, the strong measures of judgment and punishment for those who have been betraying Westman for decades are surely needed and must be done. If we get one more chance, we simply cannot blow it this time. Never value the principle above the flesh that created it. For those that don't get it, go away. Amen. Amen to that, brother. And thank you so much. We're going to place these calls. I wanted to do the calls. I do have a couple of pieces of mail. Is Biospirit of the West still here? And would he like me to reveal his financial gift? I'm going to place the first call to White Wellbeing Activists. We also have, and what am I going to call you? Let's see. Are you okay with sharing with me, sharing your financial gift? Or would you like to chat first about it? All right. We're going to be placing a call right now to White Wellbeing Advocate. And but before we do that, we're going to go to the mailbag because we don't want to miss the mailbag. You definitely don't want to miss the mailbag today. First on our list on the mailbag Can everybody hear that? We're in the mailbag. Ever reliable as the tides in the ocean. Randy has written me and said everything he wanted to say. Get your raucous emojis out, your 07s. Ladies and gentlemen, it's truly wonderful. Randy, so reliable when I go to the mailbox. $20 financial gift. God bless you, brother. We deeply appreciate it. And said everything he had to say with that $20 financial gift. Good on you. Raucous emojis, 20 saving Western kind dollars from our dear friend Randy. A testimonial, by the way. I mean, this gentleman is constantly, he's like, here's some more financial gift. He's just constantly, it's a testimonial because he sees this working, because this is making a difference in people's lives. I want you to keep your raucous emojis going, please. I want you to keep your 07s going. I want you to keep your V's for victories going, because we have a truly princely financial gift from Biospirit of the West. My brother, a gentleman, a true gentleman, and hero of Western kind. We deeply appreciate you. This guy is financially gifts. He's OT. He is constantly active. He reaches out and researches and writes private letters to folks. And the guy is a certifiable genius and one of the biggest hearts in the white positive sphere. And he is financially gifted $1,000. $1,000. God bless you. 1,000. Save our white babies from anti-whiteism. Recapture our white destiny. Push and promulgate the love, hope, and redemption of the good work that we are doing with the Go Free method. Dollars all around Western civilization. Man, that is truly humbling. And I cannot thank you enough for everything that you do and are continuing to do in service for our people. We are so lucky, ladies and gentlemen, that we have so many truly magnificent folks who step up and because this is a place for doers. This is a place for champions who step up and they don't give of their time, talent, energy, and money to white well-being, to aggrandize somebody, to make somebody or to have somebody do something for them, to be sort of there, to live vicariously through them and be sort of their puppet in the ring against the anti-whites or the Democrats or whatever you want to call it. That's not what happens here. The people who come here, as you all know, are self-selecting champions. And Biospirit of the West is a sterling example of that kind of person. We do not have the luxury of multimillionaires stepping up and then giving people a paycheck to do their honest mid-level effort, perfunctorily coming in every day because they have to get their paycheck, and then in their aggregate doing immense harm to Western kind and Western civilization. We have a completely different scenario that requires us to step up as self-starting champions who, finding the tools that work, assemble those tools, and then get to work on the recapture of our destiny. Every single one of them, every single one of you, I deeply appreciate. It is in these increasingly darker times that I am comforted by knowing that you are standing shoulder to shoulder with me for Western civilization. Big salute, good brother. Biospirit of the West. And what's your dog's name? Spirit of the West, I think. I hope your dog's doing fantastically. And thank you so much again. That is truly wonderful. It's very humbling, isn't it? Oh, we also have, we hit the $20 minimum over here. The great Marco has shown up over on Cash App. Some more 07s, some more attaboys, some more V's for victory and raucous emojis. $20 from the good Marco, not the other down there in Florida, not the phone Marco. He says, hey, I know you. You're the white well-being guy. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Yep, I'm the white well-being guy. And we all are. We are the white well-being guys and gals. We have somebody, Franklin's bringing to my attention, somebody should be tagging me. I'm going to go ahead and make the call. We'll get a white well-being advocate talking, and I will look into these things while we chat with him. And boy, I am just that's really heartfelt. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Here we go. Here comes the first call of the night.
How you doing, brother?
Hey, man. How are you doing?
Awesome.
Great news.
Promethean Hails, and those were some awesome financial gifts.
Oh,
A bunch of them.
it really is. Really is.
But you, I was wondering, those pictures I sent you, excluding the ones I said to exclude, but the one would you be able to do a screen share? If I were to tell them about the library to physically show them too.
Yeah, I not right now because I have
not a screen share on my end, or would you be able to? Is there a way to show them?
I wouldn't be able to show them this minute, but we can set it up for me to be able to show them while you tell us about them on a subsequent show, or you could tell us about them and then we could show them on the next show. Whatever you'd like to do. Yeah,
we'd probably go with the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's 4 books in there right now. The last one I put in was Crucible.
Awesome.
But one of them got destroyed from the rain before we fixed it, and there was a picture showing we fixed it too. And just so you guys can get an idea how to make one of those too. So I'll just save all that for another show.
All right.
It's gonna be a Sunday show or for a tap or something.
Sounds good, man. Folks, just so you know, I mean, he's set up a library for the books. That's what we'll be talking about. And I have the pictures, and so I can just set them up to share here. That'll be a great opportunity to demonstrate the effectiveness of such activism. But the floor is yours, brother. What else is on your mind?
Yeah, well, just it's a white positive a book share and exchange book library is what it is. So like someone could go like pick up a book and they can drop off a book for a suggestion. But if they don't have this, and it's through our approval, but I said, I guess that's it. I've been giving out business cards and talking to people a little more often, finding more opportunities to talk to people and even give out business cards. I don't like stand on a corner and hand them out. It's more like when I have such a certain amount, I just like look for the best opportunity to do it,
Right.
But I gave one out earlier today too. But I guess that's it. Oh yeah, and the GFC guys, it's remote. If you guys want, you're afraid to leave a comment or say something or call out anti-whiteism for the company you work for, join the GFC. We'll do it for you. Your boss won't know. Or even if it's not a company you work for, it's any anti-whiteism anywhere, in any institution, especially companies. Whether you're a consumer or you work there. But guys, that's pretty much it.
Fantastic.
But yeah, we'll do that next time. If not on a tap, then maybe on another Sunday stream.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I got my note now, and I'll set up they allow you to do this here. Let's see, where is it? I guess it's like a slideshow. So that's what I'll set up. Those will run while you talk about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, all right.
Sounds good, man. Great talking with you.
All right, thank you. Promethean Hails.
Promethean.
Night and wait, you say the streams after this stream tonight?
No, it's on Monday.
Okay, I apologize. Yeah, that's right. Dragon Mondays. Yeah, well, how did I forget? Well, yeah, it's
Monday at 6.
All right. I was doing a bunch of stuff busy tonight, and that's why I was like, mind was boggled. But
cool.
Anyways, all right. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails, brother. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Take it easy. Bye.
White well-being advocate, folks. That is fantastic. We're going to have a very quick 12-second break. Be right back. All right. Do we know if Rory is with us tonight? Has he spoke up in the live chat? Undefeated People of the Left asked, will you have a identitarian, I think you mean an identitarian linguist on your show? A linguist? Identitarian, otherwise it would depend on what would be the purpose of the appearance. If it could be productive in some way and or entertaining for the community, absolutely. Thank you for the question, and thank you, Franklin, for bringing my attention to that question. So no Rory. I haven't seen him in the live chat. So we will go then to Mr. V. So Mr. V, here comes your call. And then after that, we will go to Lewis, who wants to have a conversation as well. Mr. V, here comes the call.
Hello.
Champion, how are you doing, brother? What's on your mind?
I'm doing great, brother. How are you?
Great.
Awesome. I have some good news, which I think you will enjoy very much. RC's wife is now a member of one of our GFCs.
Oh, that's fantastic news.
Yeah, she's a great lady. We had a great talk with her. I think she'll be an awesome addition, and RC has been doing so much good work for us, brother. He's read the book. He's just been moving lightning fast ever since then. Like we discussed before, he was brought in by No White Kill Clips, just an absolute champion. So we're getting more people. We're also getting more turnout for the events, which is fantastic. And so I can only encourage people to join in. As you can see, lots of people make it through the vetting. So long as you understand the practice that we're doing here, you'll make it through the vetting. Of course, I can't disclose what makes up the vetting, but it's nothing that will violate your privacy nor your safety. And if you're genuine and you're not an anti-white subversive and you understand the practice that we're trying to do here, then you should be just fine. So look in the description below. Choose the GFC that's closest to you. And if you don't know which one that is, like Mr. Köhne said, you can just email me at gofreeclub@protonmail.com, and then I can send you to the GFC that's closest to you or the one that would seem the best fit according to what you want to do. We've got people who are focusing on public outreach, people who are focusing on creating culture, people who are focusing on religion. So we got all kinds of GFCs. We've got 11 total now, and we're looking to add more.
Great. Yeah.
So great stuff happening on that end.
That's fantastic news. That's exactly, it's building. And the thing that's important, the building of a healthy base, a sound base, is sort of like flippantly said, but there is a significant importance to it. And we really have to appreciate, because at some point we could experience big influxes of people. It could happen. I could end up doing something and the anti-whites take notice of it, and suddenly and they talk about it, they stupidly talk about it, and suddenly there's a big influx of people. They want to know what to do, where to go. We have to be in place to receive that influx of people and to organize them. And so what's happening now is we should look at it as a blessing to be able to properly build the bases and help people to grow in going free, so that as we gain steam, folks show up, we'll be able to make efficient work of their education and not have a bunch of disorganization. We are white people after all, so this is the way it should work. And Really appreciate that. What else is going on, man? What else do you want to share? I think we made you short last time because we were running out of time, but what else is there that was on your mind then or now?
Well, I want to thank everyone who started the GFC. First of all, I appreciate all the great work that these guys are doing. And it's all men who are already busy doing other things for white well-being. So they decided to take on even more. And that commitment and that dedication says a lot about them.
Yeah.
And I wanted to point out specifically Patrick and LK because they've been helping out with vetting. Others are volunteering to vet. But, think about it. Think about being so busy doing other things for white well-being that you can't do some others. Like, that's how busy our guys are. That's how much good work they're doing. That deserves people reaching out to them and at least inquiring about GFCs, and they should be getting flooded with emails, quite frankly. But I wanted to give a big thanks to Patrick and LK for helping out. And yeah, by building slowly, it helps us to get ready, get vetting teams ready, get events going, get everyone to kind of get a feel and flow for how we do things, so that if more people come in, we could organize, vet all those people and put them where they're the best fit, where they'll benefit the most.
Yeah, precisely. That's exactly what I was just talking about. And that is just the importance of that organization. I think about this in terms of business. And if you're not able to understand, if a business is not able to make the best of influx in clients or customers, then they end up bleeding and losing a lot. We are doing something far more important than making a dollar. We are redeeming our people and recapturing our destiny. So we have to be efficient. We have to be able to reach people where they are when they show up. And I recognize my short falls and I'm working on those to be able to be better at helping folks to come to the Go Free method and to have these Going Free clubs. This is a very important part of the organizational entity, an extremely important part that we are looking at moving into phase 3 at the beginning of 2023, where we would have liked to have been this year, but it is what it is for the difficulties that we had over the past year and plus, really. But we are moving beyond that and having a great deal of success. There's no denying it now, and we are reaching increasing number of people by way of these advertisements, and we're just going to keep pushing them. And there are other platforms as well as Gab, but that we can reach out on that are they're not cheap, but we can make the payments and have absolutely fabulous results. And bringing folks together by way of these advertisements to a community of people where you have something like Going Free clubs that they can get involved in, where you have things like what is Antiwhite competitions, where you have things like Dragon Mondays. It gives people a number of things to get involved in. And I think what I might do soon with the website, nowhiteguilt.org, is set up maybe something, I don't know exactly what to call it, maybe like a white positive sphere page, and then have links to these different shows and these different competitions and the different things going on, so that people coming in of varied interests can find folks that they want to and that they will feel comfortable commiserating with, learning with, growing with. And the more variety we have in that sense, the more people we will be able to help in the end. So the fact that there are Going Free clubs, folks, I'll pass it right back to you, Mr. V. The fact that there are Going Free clubs that are focused on various things increases our reach. It doesn't undermine it, because there is one thing that runs true throughout the totality, and that is the Go Free method, which is love, hope, and redemption, legal in every country of the West still, and wildly effective for our brothers and sisters. But the floor is yours. And I want to say again, If you want to participate in a phone call, please reach out to me on Skype, write me, say you'd like to participate in a phone call. Here's the name that you want to be called, and then I will call you, and we will have a short call. But Mr. V, the floor is yours again.
Yeah, with the clubs, the most important part is the practice itself. I think reading the book and going to a book club, I think, is the most important thing. That being said, you can also practice it in different ways. When we do movie night, it isn't just, yeah, let's watch a movie and pass the time, whatever. No, that is actually doing the Go Free practice, because every single movie is analyzed, it's broken down. We talk about the MPs, we assess them, and then we store that data. And we can see patterns in the data. We can see how anti-whites operate, how they execute certain MPs. Like, here's an interesting one, for example. They'll have a scene of biological white erasure and only later tell you that the character is a non-white. So they'll use two white actors, but it's a scene of biological white erasure because one of the actors will be playing a non-white person. But only later, after the sex scene, will they tell you that, oh, this is actually a non-white person of this race or that race. You see that happen in The Sopranos twice.
Really?
And I also saw it in Look Who's Back. So this is, think about why they're doing that. It's quite interesting, using two white actors that you would never guess either one of them would be playing a non-white character. But then later, after they've shown you what kind of a sex scene in the show or the movie, they reveal that that character is actually non-white. And what you've just seen is the scene of biological white erasure in the fiction.
Wow.
Right? So that's to get you used to, I think, biological white erasure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And were you not investigating these things, you wouldn't notice patterns like that. Another thing, just how prevalent the dumb blonde MP is, the gold digger MP, placing a blonde woman as the whore character, super common. So many of these MPs that you notice make patterns and are all throughout. So rare to find any good blonde character that you like that's noble. They'll always make something wrong with them, and just no truly positive white men
Right.
in these movies.
Yeah, and that speaks, I mean, the lesson we covered today, the Go Free lesson we covered today, speaks directly to the pernicious power of doing that in entertainment. Because you're learning, I mean, think about this. As a white boy, child, you are learning that white males are pathetic in the world. So why would you want to be a white male? Why would you want to be a white man? Because they're just pathetic in the world. At the same time, white little girls are learning white males are pathetic in the world. So why would a white girl want to marry a white male? Why would she want him to have authority in their relationship when she's learned throughout the totality of her life that they're pathetic, they can't make decisions, and etc. It's such a turning of everything on its head. It's unreal. But that what you're speaking to precisely is this perniciousness of anti-whiteism. And this is some of the stuff, folks, that if you are in a Going Free club, you could be doing as well. You could be learning this. You could be becoming increasingly empowered so that at work, in school, in your family, wherever it might be, you can bring over the people you love. You can run off and humiliate the anti-whites. You are tired of being victimized by. This is there for you, but you got to put the work in. It's like working out or eating right. You got to put the work in, and it will happen. But what else do you have for us before we let you go, brother?
Well, we're continuing our coverage of Prometheus Rising. We are now on, I believe, 7.3, yes, to 9.1, which will put us at page 99 of the book. We're covering the lessons, and today we're talking about where are we in the Prometheus Rising story? Where is Western kind compared to where Prometheus was? And I think I think it's after we've cast off our powers, if you will, after he casts off his powers to the rim of Vedia. He's got some friends now. The friends of the Wraith are there, but he still doesn't understand what's happened. He still perceives the other gods as victims.
Yeah.
And he still believes that, oh, I have to pay for this, you know? But, well, we all know what comes after that, which is what we covered today, which was the rebellion of
Nice.
Prometheus. So that was fantastic. So we're covering the lessons and we're talking about it. And we're trying to get every single lesson that you put in there, brother. And so it's fantastic to talk about it with people, and everyone has a different insight. And we put all those together and we get a lot from each other, from doing the practice, which reading Prometheus Rising and analyzing it is also doing the practice, because the practice is aligning with the archetype of Western kind. That's the full name of Go Free, is that. And then also we're continuing with the building a better vocabulary course. Make
great.
sure everyone's I think it's a vocabularian, if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of the words that he discusses and he breaks down are words that you use, brother. So
well, that's great.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's great. I also wondered, did Jason watch this course?
No.
Because so many of the words.
Is it the one that the one that you showed me with the Prometheus definition?
Yes.
No, I did not. I don't recognize that. But I've definitely, in my education over the years, I've focused on vocabulary like other subjects. So without question, I mean, it's something that's important, and you need to be improving your ability to communicate, folks. I mean, you might not need in your life your ability to do physics. That might not be of any value. I mean, if you're looking at it too, if you are just want to learn physics in order to impress somebody or something, that's just a giant waste of time. In order to look smart at your family Thanksgiving or whatever it might be, that's just a waste of time. But your ability to communicate is extremely important. And so you need to remember, when it comes to vocabulary, and this is sort of a hard lesson that I had to learn from others over the years, and that is that you can build your vocabulary, and while you build your vocabulary, you'll find, especially if you dig into anything, you get more and more interested. You'll find words that you find are absolutely delicious, and you want to use them, you want to break them out like a new toy, but you don't want to put them in the wrong environment. And if you get used to speaking a certain way, and you really build your vocabulary up, and you get used to speaking a certain way, you will find that you're communicating with fewer and fewer people, and because fewer and fewer people will understand what you're saying. And so for me, I was unaware that I had reached. I did some experiments, and I gave snippets of different text to people who had high school, people who had college educations, and I would say, circle the one of the most shocking was, it was a woman who had a good college education, and I asked her to circle the words on a document that she didn't know, she didn't immediately know, not trying to figure out from context. If you just don't know it, circle it for me. So she reads through it, and she said, how about I circle the words I know? And I thought, oh God, that's useless. I can't believe. The problem is that you can, with more words, you can be more precise. And that is powerful. But at the same time, you're weighing it against what other people know in the world. So you've got to know where carefully to place certain words. But it is definitely a magnificent pursuit to empower yourself in your ability to communicate with others, because that is what we have to do in service to white well-being, to bring our brothers and sisters over, possessing them with ideas that will liberate us from anti-whiteism. Your final thoughts, brother?
You're 100% correct. And having that mastery will allow us to create linguistic memes that we know will actually replicate and be successful, because people want to say them. It sounds good. It flows. They're not esoteric. They're words that are connecting what they already know to what is new. Words that are based on roots that they understand. I think having a grasp of vocabulary will help us with the Go Free practice a lot.
Yes.
Quite a lot.
Yeah.
And we're going to keep it going beyond this course. I have
Awesome.
some other things planned that we can do. And then we also want to fill out the rest of the week, because for months now, we've had 4 out of 7 days. So I want to fill in the other days so that there's a GFC event going on every single day of the week.
Awesome.
And that's about it.
Man, you are a living legend. Mr. V, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. V. Promethean hails to you, good sir.
Promethean hails, brother. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye. That is awesome. And what we're going to do really quick, right now, we have on hold, next up is Lewis. So Lewis, stand by. I'll be calling you in just a moment. If any of the rest of you want a call, then let me know. I don't recall who wanted to call and if you are available. So I need to know both. Who wants to call and if you are available, so that I can call you. You can be one of our calls tonight. We'd like to get as many calls as possible, dedicating much more time to calls tonight. I want to really quickly share with you all remember I asked for the me not images, and we had, who was this? This is, I guess I could say I'll just say this. I'll say this is Anthony, and this is what he made. Now, this is actually a GIF, but I guess it won't render that way. I don't know if I can make it render that way on here. I'll see if I can, but it's actually a GIF, and it's waving the sign of my face like back and forth, I think. And so this is the very upset me not on a pair of roller skates, and he's got a sports ball. And so that was one interpretation of a me not. And then we also had this from Zanazak, another interpretation of a me not. It's sort of like a virus there with the teeth going and the tongue with I guess that's saliva and warts on the tongue. That definitely looks like a couple of me nots that I have seen who have come after yours truly. So thank you both so very much. Let's get a round of applause, some raucous emojis for both of these guys, Anthony and Zanazak, for their interpretations, their artistic rendering of me nots. And I want to share that I placed in the live chat the URL for Final Blossom's blog. So please click on that and follow his blog. Just look for my post in the live chat, click on that and follow his blog, and do it soon, because I'm going to have to delete it, or if one of the troll slayers could delete it before it scrolls off the screen, because that's the sort of thing I feel that anti-whites at YouTube will potentially give me a strike for. Unless Final Blossom decides to also write some blogs about things unrelated to white well-being, then I guess it would not be a strikeable offense. But just want to be careful. So make sure you find that URL, click on it, and follow Final Blossom and his blog. Please do that as soon as you possibly can. And we are going to, I got some good news. We're going to make the call right now. But I do have some good news. And we have heard back from Little Apostate. And she said she watched my review and she loved what I had to say. She says it's definitely an interesting take and worldview. And she says thinks that we probably agree on a lot and disagree on a little bit. And that we would have a good conversation talking about what's going on in the world and with the anti-whites. So that's magnificent. Just heard back from her. So that's a big bonus to have here near the end of the gathering. Kingdom of Vinland asking, how could going free be used to help Westmen fight anti-whiteism in the armed forces of nations across the West? Brother, the exact same way. There are Westmen. We can't remove your posts. Okay, thank you for that. There are Westmen right now across the West who are using the Go Free method at their bases with their subordinates and with their superiors. So you use it the exact same way that you use it with your family and friends and coworkers when you're civies, as you do in the military. As we spread it throughout the military of the West, it will become increasingly difficult for anti-whites to carry out their anti-white agenda in the military. They'll be able to pass the orders. But remember, if you have a environment where people are using the concepts of the Go Free method, when anti-whites from above say, you will do this, you will do that, they'll carry out the orders perfunctorily. Nobody will really, when it comes to the classes where they want to white guilt you, the teacher of that class, say it's a watch class for that particular base, they're just gonna say, I just got to read this garbage to you, so just whatever, and it won't be a make sure you're paying attention or we're gonna hunt you down sort of an environment. You know what I mean? They'll be pushing against the grain rather than with it. So it's totally legal. The Go Free method is totally legal, and white well-being completely legal, and nothing in the armed forces that I've ever heard of that would prohibit you saying that you want to end the victimization of Western kind and that you abhor anti-whiteism for the damage it does to Western civilization for everyone who lives here, of all immutable characteristics. Let us know about your successes. And right now we're going to give a call to Lewis, who's standing by. Here it comes.
Think I got you?
Yes, sir. How are you, brother? And what's on your mind?
Very good. Thanks for calling. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been watching you for about a year in the videos.
Awesome.
Oh, I'm getting the feedback.
Oh, as you have the show on at the same time, you might have to stop the show.
I'm going to do that just a second.
Okay, no worries.
Boom. That might be better.
Okay.
And recently I've decided I need to step it up and order Go Free, and I've received it. I'm starting to read it, and it looks like the ideal manual, for lack of a better word, for us to deal with anti-whiteism, which is wonderful. I'm looking forward to learning the concepts in the book and using them and sharing the book.
That's
as you know,
great news.
Though, this situation that we face is, it's apocalyptic. The governments are lined up against us. Institutions are, education system. This is a big problem, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And it has occurred to me that we also need a big picture solution of some kind.
Okay.
And I can tell you what I think mine is, but I'm really interested in what your big picture solution is, and where you talk about it, where and when you talk about that, Jason.
Well, big picture, I'll just summarize, because I want to hear exactly where you're coming from, what you think of when you're saying big picture.
Okay.
Ultimately, I'll just say that the promulgation of the curative contagion, the concepts, specifically the 5 key concepts, but even more of the concepts in the Go Free method, will change the story. So as more people use this selfishly, where they are, will change the story in which they are living. That story then becomes our story, where we are the heroes. As I mentioned earlier in this stream, that forces anti-whites to come to where we are in order to try to get us to lower our guard again. And by doing so, they have to enter our pages. This strengthens the communal bond and the awareness of the victimization of our individual selves as a consequence of the group to which we belong by way of this immutable characteristic being victimized. That creates new contexts that we cannot foresee what that will be like. You know, for example, in Rome, I mean, if you knew that the emperor was suddenly going to force Christianity on everybody, that is a context shifting thing that you could not have foreseen. And that sort of thing, context shifting events that can't be fathomed. And furthermore, it would be feckless to even attempt to try, because you simply cannot plan for what ultimately is aleatory, what ultimately can be 180 degrees different, because otherwise you are planning in the notion of a permanent present. So permanently, the legislators are some way permanently in the present, because tomorrow it will be the same thing as today, for example, right? Because of that sort of a constraint on thought, what we end up doing is we end up projecting and extrapolating that context will continue for some space of time into the future. And that is the making of plans in an assumption, in my opinion, that ultimately would then be erroneous, because tomorrow, even though the legislature, for example, is radically anti-white, it's most likely going to continue that way. There are going to be changes tomorrow that we can't see. Some will be for the worse, some will be for the better. So preparation for obstacles and opportunities are what we can really do. And that means that empowering ourselves, greater connectivity, greater liquidity, all of these things, so that as a community, we are stronger and stronger, and therefore able, when context shifting events happen, and to take advantage of those things, or to overcome obstacles created by those things, and to reach a point where we've become powerful enough that we can put our shoulder into the context and begin shifting it ourselves. And that ultimately is what we have already started to do with anti-white and anti-whiteism and Western kind being used increasingly, and demonstrating the proof of concept of reporters having to come in using our concepts in order to be able to speak to us and other white people who might end up using these concepts to try to dissuade people from it or what have you. That's a proof of concept. That is a society shifting event that, even though, as I say, even though it's happened on multiple continents now, in different languages that we use across the West, is still sort of hard to see for some folks, is nonetheless a continent shaking change in what has been the anti-white status quo. But I want to give you as much time as we can during your call to hear exactly what you're thinking and what you're trying to get at, brother. So the floor is yours.
Okay. I guess I'm kind of skeptical that we can ever have a good situation given the mindset of so many people on the other side, and that we need our own nation. Have you even considered that?
Well, that is going beyond our reality right today. That's a it's premature to say in my mind that, I mean, if you're going to ask the question, let me rephrase this. If you're going to ask the question sort of theoretically, how do we survive in a, this is a theoretical conversation. How do we survive in an environment that looks very similar or even identical today with the status quo, with a multiracial status quo in our countries and even porous borders? And so the answer to that, of course, would be, well, we can't survive because we're not surviving. We're losing
Yes.
and we're being white erased. And so then
Yes.
that prompts the speculation about situations and contexts where we would be able to remedy some of the problems, or conceivably all of the problems, or at least all of the problems we could imagine at that moment that we could remedy in this speculation, in this theoretical what if scenario. And I've had lots and lots of these conversations over the years with folks, and some people have had they've been able to give a great talk about well, in this scenario then we would be able to do X, Y, or Z. I've seen people speak, lecture on this sort of thing. But ultimately what I came away with from those conversations, albeit maybe entertained and educated on their insights and what they've learned, ultimately there was nothing for us to do at that point. Then there was no way to move forward. So there were what ifs. What if we had our own country? What if we printed our own money? What if we ran our own states as the way the founding fathers intended us to? What if? And then at the end of the day, though, at the end of that conversation, it was, well, we don't have these things. So what can we do now? What kind of pragmatic things can we do to change the world now? A great wish list is no benefit. So will there be a scenario in the years to come where I don't know, maybe there'll be some states in our lifetimes? It's totally up for grabs, really. Will there be a scenario where a state or a community or a county or a neighborhood or whatever it is thus empowered by maybe the Go Free lexicon and the context outside, maybe with the government, with anti-white power, maybe it is the Event Horizon and anti-white groups, these privileged groups that call themselves victim groups, and maybe anti-white non-whites are now at each other's throat. Would white people at that time be able to set up a scenario where you've got to be white positive and or white? I would think you would have to be white positive. I wouldn't allow just white people to come in, because look at how many anti-whites and sick white people there are.
Oh yeah.
But would there be situations like that? I imagine. But here's the thing that I think will speak to what your concern might be. And that is, if you have a population, whatever that might be, a percentage of population and growing or whatever, remember, this is always in flux, that is white positive, they are in our story as the heroes of our narrative. If we have that, then we can conclude that given whatever the localized circumstance might be here or there or wherever it might be, that we will arrive, that our brothers and sisters there will arrive at conclusions that serve and support white well-being. Will that mean that in that environment, maybe there weren't non-white people there to begin with? So it wouldn't be a matter of would there need to be a white-only country. But imagine for a moment a scenario where it's against the law to be anti-white. If it were against the law to be anti-white, and you have the anti-whiteism czar or whatever it is that we were talking about a moment ago, against the law to be anti-white, and therefore what is preached and promulgated would either have to be neutral or white positive, you would have white well-being outcomes, even if you had non-white people present. Now, I'm not speculating on what percentages that would be or how that would play out, but we can imagine a lot of different things. How many anti-whites, white or non-white, would remain in a place where white negativity, anti-whiteism, is illegal? Probably not many. They would risk being arrested. In that environment, the movies and the TV shows would celebrate white men and women of the West. So our projection would be celebrated. How many people who anti-whites, of white or non-white, would want to remain in an environment where we are celebrated. So you could imagine now, we've just thought of a couple different scenarios. Each of those could exist simultaneously in the maelstrom of human dynamism as populations are changing, ideas are possessing people, and this sort of thing. So the bigger picture, what would secure white people, and that's, I guess, another thing too, is the question of, and it's sort of like the unspoken question, is that what is the bigger picture that will secure our well-being forever? And the answer to that is nothing. There's nothing that will secure our well-being forever. There's always going to have to be a versatility given the environment to accommodate weaknesses, to utilize strengths as those things shift and change vis-a-vis other places on planet Earth, and their strengths and weaknesses, and even within our own communities. So it's for me, it renders to a point where I have to say, what can we do today that will enable us to take advantage of whatever comes tomorrow? And that's where I believe the vision is most successfully focused for what we do in service to white well-being. Your
Okay.
final thoughts, brother, go for it.
Okay. I really like the thought of what you said a minute ago about why not pass a law that says you can't hate white people. You know, I'm not suggesting we have a nation of white people, right? There's a lot of great Asian people that contribute a hell of a lot to our country. But yeah, just have a law that says you got to stop hating white people. That would drive the bad people away and attract good people. Maybe a state could do that.
I love it. Yeah.
So you've given me some ideas. I'd love to hear you talk about this more often.
All right, brother. I appreciate your call, and you are welcome to call anytime. It was really stimulating. Thank you for the questions. It was very stimulating, brother.
You're most welcome, and thanks very much, Jason.
Promethean House. Bye-bye.
I know.
That was awesome. That was really fantastic. A great call from Lewis. That was really great, wasn't it? We really got to explore. Now we have 5 to 10 more minutes. We've got one more person on that would like to speak. So 5 to 10 minutes is going to Buscape. Buscape is here, and he wants to have a conversation. Will you be called next time? You got to reach out, and then I will include you in the conversation. Here goes the call.
Hello?
Escape, how are you doing, brother? The floor is yours.
Oh, hi, sir. How are you doing?
I'm great, man. It's been a wonderful night. Another gathering, the Going Free gathering that is glorious.
Oh, I know. It's really great, man. So let me tell you like a crazy story first before I catch you up to other things.
Okay.
So, actually, I've been following you for a couple of years, man, like off and on.
Nice.
But recently, a few years ago, I actually got banned on YouTube, and they sent me a letter and everything and saying I was a threat to YouTube. So I got scared, man. I was thinking, don't write them back, because that might just, push them enough to, well, they'll come for your job or get in your life more personally,
Right.
And so then like just recently, man, like a month or so ago, like something, I woke up and just something inside, it said, write to YouTube staff and explain yourself, and maybe a good outcome will come. So I did that, and they wrote me back, and they basically wrote me saying like I shouldn't have been taken off to begin with.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay. So let's to the next subject, man. Yeah, man. Like I've been actually really strongly feeling about like that whole, like you see through conservatives pushing that whole woke concept, and like I'm a very intuitive person, and the whole time I felt like this is anti-whiteism. This ain't so much about gays or these other groups who are also, they're basically collected under the banner of anti-whiteism to begin with.
Yeah.
This is 95% exclusive to target whites.
Yeah.
So that's when I put myself on that mission. And then when it came up about DeSantis in Florida getting blocked, I was like, man, I was actually spot on, and I felt so good.
That's fantastic. Precisely. You're 100% right, man.
You know, I'm a little short on talking points because you like kind of covered a lot of things, so I don't have too many questions. But really, I just I got out when I wanted to get out for the beginning of talking to you guys.
Man, that's fantastic. You're welcome to call anytime whenever you have any thoughts that you want to share with us. But you made some great points, and I really appreciate you being a member of the community. And you're always welcome here for a call.
All right, thank you, Jason. You have a nice night.
You too, brother. Bye-bye now. Promethean hails.
Yep.
Man, that was fantastic. 2 new callers, first-time callers. Escape and Lewis, both of them showing up tonight. That is glorious. And just in time to wrap up the show for tonight, the gathering for tonight. I did better. We had some better discipline today, and we got started on the calls earlier. And we'll keep doing that. We'll keep it going that way so that we can hear more of your thoughts. And as you can see, these conversations can engender some very intriguing conversation, some exploration that we otherwise just wouldn't have because it doesn't occur to somebody monologuing that this particular subject or that once you get down into the weeds is of interest to someone, or they are confused on the issue and what ultimately could be an answer to it. That particular subject matter that we have Escape talking about with the anti-whiteism. I mean, you see our folks are out there and they're seeing that, wait a second, this wokeism and being anti-woke, this is, they could feel something is just wrong, and they could tell, like Escape, that what DeSantis was doing, this wasn't going to work in the end, and it was going to end up going bad, a judge knocking it down, or a subsequent legislature in Florida knocking it down. There wouldn't be anything beneficial to our people, to Western kind, and to people of all immutable characteristics who want the West to remain the West, because none of it would have been put in words beneficial to us, always in the words of these psychological warfare operative anti-white bastards. And as you can see, just as we predicted, just as we outlined with our concepts, it failed spectacularly, exactly as we said it would. What more evidence do you need? We predicted it, and now looking back, we can retrodict it. There's no more evidence necessary for sane people, for rationally minded people who are focused on reason, logic, and evidence with what they want to accomplish in the world. You can take a great heart knowing that finding your way here to the Go Free method is the best decision of your life. And it is going to enable you to climb farther and faster, it already has for so many, than you ever would have, because you are tapping into these latent abilities that are muddied, that are clouded, and that prevent you from ever being emboldened and as creative and as intelligent, as physically strong, and have the endurance that you were meant to have. All of that was stolen from you by anti-whiteism. The other brand new call we had with Lewis was fantastic, talking about this, because we've talked before, as we're down under, looks like maybe 8.5 minutes. We've talked before about, and it's very important, the seeing and planning based on a permanent now. And that's just the human brain gets stuck in the permanent now. And it doesn't matter. It seems like people can be extremely bright. And I know you have seen probably more, maybe even than I've seen, of these very bright people. And they'll talk about these grand plans, what needs to be, and all of these sorts of things. I used to get quite frustrated, actually, back in the day, because I am a pragmatic person. And people talking about these idealistic scenarios, and that's not what Lewis was doing. He was asking the question, and as a consequence, we really got to explore it, and it was productive. No, but the folks I'm talking about, where they would say, well, we need this idealistic scenario, and then once we have that scenario, then X, Y, and Z. And I would say, okay, well, we don't have that. Do you have a way to it? Well, no. But I've got a God of the gaps that I'll just put in there. Somehow we'll get to this idealistic scenario, and then we can have, well, that is not how men and women of the West operate. Certainly not men of the West who are supposed to be the leaders. That's not how we operate. There isn't a perfect scenario that's ever going to just fall into our laps. We've got to deal with where we are today. But more importantly, we're not even ready for a perfect scenario. We're not even ready. Most of these perfect scenarios, if God himself were to say, okay, you're in charge of money, who would be in charge? What would be the ideology motivating and animating the people who were printing the money? Where would we end up? What if they were MAGA people that don't see color or whatever? Remember, rank and file are awesome. But what if it were this kind of people? What would end up happening to us? Ultimately, we would end up in the same scenario in every case. If you were to suddenly have the Christians in charge, we would end up right here again. If you were to suddenly have name it, just name anybody, we would end up where we are today. How do we know that as a guarantee? Because we base it in reality. Were those entities, any of those, ideology, religious, whatever it is, weren't all of those beaten by anti-whiteism? Yes. So in the real world, we can say, yes, they would fail again because they failed before. So somebody's saying, well, no, in my brain's perfect scenario, no, we would be triumphant because X, Y, or Z. Well, look, you don't obviously understand the world. You don't understand the context. You don't understand what animates and motivates the human animal. You don't understand the current belief systems and structures across the West to conclude that given your perfect scenario, everything would work out. No. Even in those environments, we would still lose. The only kind of scenario in which we're able to recapture our destiny is one in which our people our children are inoculated against anti-whiteism. We do that with the Go Free method. And our adults are possessed by the concepts in the Go Free method so that they are animated in speech and thought and action to do good at all times for white well-being, to put down every attempt to inflict injury by anti-whites and anti-whiteism. In that environment, we can say that there'll be victories and losses, but as long as our hearts still beat in our chests, as long as there are strong hearts and strong lungs in the breasts of men of the West, we can say no matter what the circumstance, empowered with those tools, we are going to come to the fruition of victory for our people. And in so many ways, we of course know what that means here in Service to White Wellbeing. It means that we have our destiny in our hands again. It means that we put an end to the victimization of our people, even our strongest white males, their victimization too, as much as our weakest elderly and our weakest babies. It means that our destiny again is in our hands, a ship's wheel that we hold and no other, and that we steer to a better horizon, a better day, where the sun rises from the ocean in the west, and we sail heartily in that direction with love in our chests and pity and suffering none who seek our harm. A big thank you at the end of this Going Free gathering today as we gain more and more steam in service to white well-being, to Biospirit of the West, a $1,000 financial gift from this champion. Very meaningful. God bless you. We love you. I love you all. And remember, I want you all to remember this as we go into this week. Dragon Monday's tomorrow. As we go into this week, I want you to remember that those who care about what is happening to us, what is happening to Western kind, those who know and those who care are the best in their friend groups, in their family, in their states, in their communities, in their countries. And out of those, the best of those go free of the anti-white narrative. The best of those get off of those pages, and they grab as many of those hands reaching up from those pages as they can, because they know that it's the one, the true, the only path to the redemption of our people. I love you all. Let's go free.